Dolly Vision.
What up, it's Bam Margera here, and I like kick-ass shit. That's why you should check out Dolly Vision if you
Hello, my name is Mick Foley, and you are watching Dolly Vision.
What up, it's Bam Margera here, and I like kick-ass shit. That's why you should check out Dolly Vision if you want serious true crime like us. Rock and roll.
Hey, Bob, you're watching Dolly Vision.
The evidence seems to indicate that you're watching Dolly Vision.
Dolly Vision streaming real. True crime scene blast feels so unreal. YouTube madness like share, subscribe. Cats on fire, burning the world fire. Where's the baby missing shadows crawl? People whisper footsteps down the hall. Fingerprints of the dead on the stone. He's got the scoop, best around town known. Dolly Vision headlines, king of bees. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shining, head goes in the night. Rock the truth while live on air light. Jumping up, Dolly Vision streaming real. True crime scene blast feels so unreal. YouTube madness like share, subscribe. Jack's on fire, burning the world fire. Where's the baby missing shadows crawl? People whisper footsteps down the hall. Fingerprints of the dead, cold stone. He's got the scoop, best around town known. Dolly Vision headlines, king of bees. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shining, head goes in the night. Rock the truth while live on air light.
What is up, and good morning, my beautiful people. It is good to see you. As you can see by the title, Nancy Guthrie. Today is what we're talking about this morning. So thank you guys for joining me so early. And as you can see, Bombshell, second suspect. Is there a second suspect? That is the big question we're going to be asking this morning, because I had people send me an image And we're going to go over that image here in just a few minutes. That may be the biggest clue to there being a second suspect yet. Okay. Now, I know a lot of people still think the family has something to do with it. Now, we know that the perpetrator that was seen on tape is not Tommaso, but was Tommaso talking to that person and walking him through that crime? That is the question we're going to be asking. But first, I'm going to need you guys to leave your DNA all over that like button, just in case somebody snatches your doorbell camera off the door and you go missing. Dolly's going to come track you down. Okay. I'm going to come track you down like a damn bloodhound, but I'm going to need your DNA on file. Also, if you're brand new out there and you're watching for the very first time, make sure you sub up the channel, ring the bell for notifications. We're on that journey to 100K. And I can't do it without the help of each and every one of you out there in YouTube land. Now, let me give my warnings, because today we're going to be talking about some people, maybe even some family members, because something is a little strange and a whole lot of change here. And we got to go over it. We got to go over it. Dolly Vision's for entertainment purposes only. We talk news, rumors, gossip, speculation, theories, mixed with a little bit of comedy and a whole lot of chaos. So don't take nothing here as fact. It's just my opinion, people. Completely satire. We're not taking calls this morning. So everyone is innocent to proving guilty in the court of law. And the biggest one of them all is do not, and I repeat, do not try to be Dolly at home. It is dangerous. Okay. It is dangerous. So anyway, like I was saying, there's these pictures emerging of what is in the pocket of the subject that was the suspect in this case. We seen him go up to the door. We seen the, the eyebrows. We could see the mustache a little bit. And some people, believe it or not, believe that the mustache is fake. Right now, I don't know if the mustache is fake, but people say it seems a little bizarre. It don't look real. And one of the crazy things about this, and we're going to be discussing this morning, is this image right here. I'm about to show you guys. Boom. And what is that? That is the pocket of the suspect. Now, we know in his pants, he has a bang bang sheath, right? A bang bang sheath. But as you can see, there's an item circled right there. What is sticking out of that pocket appears to be an antenna to a walkie-talkie. Okay. Now, usually if you have a walkie-talkie, it's because you need that to talk to somebody. Okay. So who is he communicating with? Who is the second person at this crime scene? Was there someone waiting in a car? Okay. Now, a lot of stuff has been coming out, recently with, 2.5 miles down the road, there was a vehicle seen. Some people believe it was a Range Rover. And let's think about this. Luke and Zach, a lot of people are suspicious of Luke and Zach. Luke had this Range Rover. He was pulled over at the fast food place, and something was in the back of that truck. We still don't know what was in the back of the truck. The police held up a big yellow, I don't know, was a piece of plastic or a yellow sheet, just enough to block the back of the truck as they were looking into the back of the truck. Now, there's a lot of speculation. What was in the back of that truck? We still don't know. Now, I see people in the chat saying zipper for the jacket pocket. That is definitely not a zipper. Now, me, myself, we go on these searches, me and PJ, for missing people. All right. We have 2 walkie-talkies that have the exact same plastic top in our camper. When we go on the road and I run out into the woods, because PJ don't always go out into the woods with me. So a lot of times when I'm doing these searches, I used to go out by myself with no walkie-talkie, but now I carry a walkie-talkie and it's hooked to the truck in the camper so she can be inside. If something happens, I can be like, hey, I'm right here. When I stay in communications, because you just never know. Fall in a hole, get bit by a snake. You just never know some of these places I search, because I search all over the country, not just the desert, but Tennessee, Georgia, you name it. I've been there searching. Okay. So I believe it to be zip ties. People saying zip ties. No, it's too thick to be a zip tie. I wish I had my walkie talkies on me, because I would show you guys exactly what I believe it to be. And not only just me, but a lot of people also believe that these are walkie talkies. Now, could he get Nancy out the house by herself? Okay, that's the big question, because a lot of people don't believe he could. So a lot of people believe there was somebody waiting in a vehicle. Now, like I said, was it somebody waiting in a Range Rover? Was there multiple cars involved? Was it possible that somebody else was in that vehicle? And this, because a lot of people believe this was premeditated, it was planned. And they believe it was planned by the family Impossible Tommaso. Okay. Now listen, the police have came out and said they cleared the family, but we haven't heard nobody in the FBI come out and say, hey, the family is cleared. Dolly, I recommend you watch The Last 15. Okay, well, thank you. I'll check that out. So we haven't heard anything from the FBI saying that anybody's clear. Now, we know for us in true crime that for the police to come out and clear anybody this early in the case, we're 28 days in and they're already clearing people. Just because you're clear now don't mean something won't change and it point the investigation right back at you. Okay. So, well, I mean, there's so many people right now that still believe that the family has something to do with it. Now, of course, Savannah came out, gave that last message, and, you know, she quoted Annie saying they're blowing on the embers of hope, that they hope that their mother is still alive. Now, if you thought your mother was still alive, would you take off back to go home? And then, you know, you come out and your demeanor's different. The family is pretty much, I believe, accepted the fact that their mother is gone. But at the same time, what's weird is I can understand Savannah leaving, right? I get it. She has kids. They got, you know, she's going back with her husband, stuff like that. But why hasn't the family put any searches together? The only people we've really seen out there searching for Nancy, of course, was me and a couple other YouTubers. Okay. Just a pack of YouTubers are concerned about searching, but yet law enforcement, Sheriff Nanus and all these people, they're not so concerned about searching. They basically called off the search a couple days in, right? And I've never seen a family that don't get out there and search for their mother. It seems awful strange to me. And then when we see these pictures and we're looking at the suspect, he sort of resembles some of these people, the players that we're already have been talking about. You know, your Luke that was driving that Range Rover, Zach that he got the Range Rover from. We got Kayla, right? Which is, you know, people allege that she's kin to the family, but I'm not quite sure if that's true. And then we got Tommaso, Mr. I want to leave the country when my mother-in-law's missing, which anybody find that bizarre? I find that a little bit bizarre. And of course, Annie that hasn't come out and really spoke or put anything together for her mother. Now we've seen black SUVs pull up into the garage of the home just the other day. Okay. On the live streams that have been going. A lot of people believe that Annie was in the vehicle ducking down. And then she got out inside the garage because she would be the one that knows what's going on in the house. We also seen federal prosecutors at the house, the DA basically, because they're going in to take a look at it, so they know this information. If they do run across a suspect, that they have the evidence that they need. Do they already got the people in mind of who done it? And that's the reason they're not telling us anything, or they're not really searching. We haven't seen any more SWAT raids since that Friday night when there was those 2 accidents, right? And of course, the raid on the house where they arrested they didn't arrest, they detained a man and a woman inside the house. And then, of course, Luke at is it Culver's? I'm not familiar with that. We don't have them in Virginia. I know it's like an ice cream food place. And of course, we seen him sitting in the back of a police car and them searching that vehicle. Now, it is alleged that they knew he had left to go to that fast food place, and that's why they chose to hit that house. Now, they did. It is confirmed there was a tip. I don't know if this tip came into the hotline or what, but they had a tip that led them to this address that Friday night. So since then, hamburger restaurant, okay, I knew they served ice cream and things like that. I didn't know exactly what. I've never been there. Okay, I've never been to the place. I know they have one in Tennessee and they got one in Arizona, but I've never been to either one of them. What was the tip that came in, and who reported this tip? Now, some people think it may have been Kayla that may have tipped the police off to something. Okay, may have tipped them off. She may know something. But here's the thing: none of the vehicles have been released. From my understanding, Annie's vehicle has not been released to her. It's still part of an active investigation. Luke, the Range Rover, is not been handed over to anybody. They still have it. The police still have it. It's still part of that active investigation. So my question is, why didn't they give these 2 vehicles back? And why did they only have these? Well, they also have, my understanding, they have Nancy's vehicle. Okay. But I don't think Nancy's vehicle has anything to do with it. They just took it from the home. Why are these 2 vehicles not been handed back? And listen, major people in true crime are pretty skeptical about that right there. Okay. And if you're just tuning in, I want to show you this image that we're talking about here today. All right. This is the pocket. And if you look, that ain't no zipper. That ain't no zipper. That is a piece of plastic, rounded plastic, that is sticking out of his pocket. Now, everybody I've talked to has looked at this so far, has said, Dolly, that is a walkie-talkie. Now, I know this. You don't talk to yourself on a walkie-talkie. If you have a walkie-talkie, you're using that walkie-talkie to communicate with somebody else. Now, is it possible that these people, maybe Zach and Luke, may be connected? Now, this is just speculation, just complete speculation. I don't want to say, there's any proof of this. This is just, I'm asking questions this morning, just asking questions because things are a little bizarre. Are they connected to Tommaso or to Annie? Is it possible? Because everybody says, Dolly, follow the money. Follow the money. Who has stuff to gain in Nancy's disappearance? Because I thought it was random, right? I thought it was random. I thought, okay, well, we've seen images of people come up to the house, right? And some people say it was January 11th that was the first time that this suspect was seen on camera, right? Some people don't even think it's the same suspect. They believe the second time he appeared to be a little heavier. So is that one person showed up and then that person waited in a vehicle? Somebody went inside, got Nancy, they pull up, throw her in the vehicle, and they take off. Because now, listen, you got a woman that needs assistance walking and she's bleeding. So we know at some point, and a lot of people think it's just a skin tear. We don't even know. She could have had long sleeves on, for all we know, right? We don't know what Nancy was wearing. And some people believe it was, a busted nose, that she was bleeding from the nose. It looks like a nosebleed. Now, whatever it is not enough blood to say, oh, this woman is dead. Okay? It don't look like enough. That ain't usually dead people. There'd be puddles of blood, right? But we don't know what was in that house. Okay? We know allegedly, we're going to say allegedly because we're not 100% positive. We're going off what other reporters have said here, that there was blood in that house. And so when the police got there, Sheriff Nano said the front door was open because the family was there. They gave us two different timelines. And I don't know if you guys remember this from the beginning. They said the family was there for an hour. They did their own little search. And then they called the police. This is where it gets suspicious to me. Okay. For all you people that believe the family has something to do with it. This is where it gets really odd and really suspicious for me. Our first reports from Nanos, the family got there. They waited an hour to call the police. They did their own little initial search, and the front door was open. So if the front door was open, because some people say, Dolly, they went through the garage. Well, why was the front door open? If they went through the front door, how did they not see the blood, the plant, the flowers that were all on the ground where, the perpetrator covered up the Ring doorbell camera? How did they not see that? How did they not see it? Right? And then when they come out and give us the timeline, this magical timeline, all of a sudden changes to they were there 8 minutes. Within 8 minutes, they go in and they call the police. Now, which one is it? Is it the 8-minute timeline or is it the 1 hour timeline? Now, I'm a little confused about that. And then, this is for all you people that think the family may have something to do with it. Dolly's in the neighborhood of Annie and Tommaso's house. And what do we see? We see FBI going door to door in Tommaso and Annie's house. Not only going to door, but they were searching all the property. Now, what were they looking for? Were they looking for a body? Or were they looking for something that possibly could have been dumped in one of these places? So at some point, the FBI and the police thought that Tommaso and Annie had something to do with it. Okay? That ain't me making that up. I mean, we seen it with our own eyes. We were there. We were live streaming it. That's when we seen the javelina walk by and never had a clue what it was. So most of you guys were there with me for that. And they had at least 25 FBI agents in that neighborhood. Now, that neighborhood is 14 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house. So why are they searching 14 miles from her house? It's about a good 10, 12-minute drive from Nancy's to Annie's. Because I believe this timeline was the first timeline. Okay? The first timeline, I think the first story they told us was real. And then everybody started blaming the family. Oh, it took so long. Tommaso has something to do with it. Annie has something to do with it. There's this trust, right? So everybody's freaking out and they're pointing the finger at Tommaso. So what does Sheriff Nanos do? He comes out and he gives us a different timeline. If that timeline, if they're lying about that timeline, are they lying about the whole timeline? Think about this. We got the videos, but no timestamps. None. No dates, no timestamps, no nothing. How is that possible? How is that possible? Okay? These cameras, when they record the date and they have timestamps on them so you can see them. How come we haven't seen any of that? Okay, and now we got a perpetrator that has a walkie-talkie in his pocket. At first, I thought it was okay. There's a burglar that's kind of roaming the neighborhood. maybe he's solo, but now I'm going, hold up. Something is not right. Completely not right. So it doesn't make any sense. The timeline don't make sense. The reason to take Nancy Guthrie don't make sense. So if it's not a ransom, okay, then what was it? What reason would somebody, if you was going to kill Nancy, you would have done it at the house. Okay, why am I going to carry this heavy ass lady miles from the house just to dump her body? I'm going to leave her right there. Okay, no DNA. They came with gloves, dismantled the camera. And you know this, listen, allegedly there was cameras in the house. How come we don't see those cameras from in the house? How come we haven't seen zero video from the pool house? Zero. Nothing. Okay. And now they told us, oh, we don't have any video. We can't get the video. I think that was a straight up lie. They had this video pretty early on, way before they released it to the media. So they were using this video in hopes, hey, maybe we can figure out who this is. And then when they had no clue, they said, okay, let's release it to the public. You think they got that video that day and said, oh, let's just release it to the public? No, they had been working on that video and it led them down to nothing. So they figured, hey, we will release this video. They may already know that there's two subjects. Okay. They already may know that. Now, what is this a hitman for hire? Did somebody send this person in there? Did this person have knowledge that Nancy Guthrie was by herself? I would say absolutely. There would, listen, unless that ransom was real, then it would make sense. Somebody kidnapped her for ransom. But of course, you know, we got people around here that be sleuthing and they're pretty smart. They said, Dolly, if I was going to kidnap you for ransom, I wouldn't send in a ransom note. I would leave one at the scene. I want this or you'll never see your loved one again. Why send it to somebody when you could have just left it there at the crime scene? But wait a week, multiple days to send in a ransom note to TMZ? Like what kidnappers is like, yeah, I'm going to send this to TMZ. Out of all news outlets to send it to. Now, he did send it to multiple news outlets. But I believe that was all a hoax. I believe this is some fat kid in a basement. And let me tell you this, with the FBI and all these police, they could not track down who sent these emails. I guarantee you this. You go send an email that does something wrong. I guarantee they track you down. I guarantee I had the FBI track me down, right? Come right to my door. You Dolly? Yep. Step out here. We need to talk to you. So they track me down. So they can't track these people down. In 2026, they have no way to get these emails. But they can track the Bitcoin, but they can't track the email. That makes zero sense. So I believe they knew that these emails were fake. They didn't even bother trying to track them down, right? The only reason they tracked the dude down that text Annie and Tommaso is because he did it from his real number or a text now number. So that text now number led to his email, which was his name. Okay. The damn idiot. If he would have signed up to text now and changed his name to a different email, they wouldn't have been able to even find him. I think they would have still tracked him down. But his text now led to his email. They went after his email, of course, went and arrested him for sending those letters to Tommaso and Annie. And this is weird too. So Tommaso plays in a punk rock band. Okay. There ain't a ton of punk rock people. But what's the chances of the person that's sending them messages being a punk rock guy, right? I don't believe in coincidences. I just don't believe in these weird coincidences that are going on in this case. There's something else to it. It's like if you're putting a puzzle together and you're missing a piece of the puzzle. I feel like we're missing a piece of that puzzle. And I don't know if they have that piece of the puzzle or not. Right? Was that Land Rover waiting up the street with somebody else in it? And who are the two people that are involved? Somebody could say, well, maybe it's Luke and Zach. Maybe it's Luke and Tommaso. Maybe it's Tommaso and Jack. We don't know. There's so many players right now in the game. We could shuffle them around because everybody seems to think these people are involved, and we don't see no more raids. Why not? If they got a tip and they raided these people, they got a tip and they raided the DoorDash driver. Remember that? Why ain't they raiding anybody else with all these tips that are coming in? Allegedly, when Nancy offered the $1 million, 1,500 tips came in. But since then, we ain't seen the SWAT team leave once. Explain that shit to me, right? If they were busting everybody had a clue on and just detaining them and talk to them, why did they stop? Or they scared maybe they'll get lawsuits against them, but they didn't care in the beginning. I still think that the two-way transmission that was found down in the wash by the lady, I think it was used. I'm definitely starting to think there's multiple people involved. Just by what appears to be a walkie-talkie in his pocket. I mean, this to me is like, oh my God. I mean, you can see it sticking out of his pocket. That is not a zipper. Okay, so he was communicating with somebody because we don't see no vehicle, and we know he left in a vehicle, right? So let me ask you this. Think about this. So he breaks in the house. He grabs Nancy. Nancy's bleeding. All right. She's bleeding. He goes outside. And what? Does he walk her down the street to a vehicle? Why ain't there no blood trail? Why does the blood trail end at the driveway? Okay. I'll tell you why. Because a car pulled into that driveway. Now, if a car pulled into the right, we may not see it. Okay. Well, no, the right, if you're looking at the house, if it would have pulled into the right, the pool house camera may have caught it. Okay. And if it pulled into the right and didn't back out, the front door camera would have caught it. So did he go up there and break the camera and then pull a car up there and then go to the back, break in, grab her and take her out the front, put her in the car? Or did he break in and radio to somebody, pull up, and he brings her out the front door and they take her and stuff her in the car? I think the second one is most likely, right? So to me, this is just more solid proof that there's two people possibly involved. That dude came walking from the right. So if he came walking from the right, we don't know exactly where the pool house camera faces. Does it face the driveway or does it face the back of the house? And the question is this: if you were able to get the video footage off the camera, she don't have a subscription, but yet y'all have all the video, and y'all didn't even release it all. You released just a little tiny bit of it with no timestamps. Okay, none, zero, zip, 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 nothing. Okay,
what?
That don't make no sense. Where's the video from? If he went around back, because he did not break in that front door. If he broke in that front door, he had a key. And another thing that's strange, right? Another thing. Why did they bring locksmiths in? Y'all remember the locksmith pulled up? They were changing locks on the back door. Why would you change the lock unless the intruder had a key? Okay? If he kicked the door in, you would need to fix the door. And you know he ain't got a key, so why would you change the locks? There seems to be no signs on this house of forced entry. No signs of forced entry on the house. Now, there are, I think, 6 entry points to the house. There's the garage door, there's the front door, There's 2 sliding glass doors. There's the back door, right? So there's a few ways into this house, but none of those entryways, the only one that seemed like they were paying attention to was the back door and the blood on the front stoop. Okay. So how did he knock? Right? Did he knock? Did Nancy forget to lock one of the doors? Now, if you're a woman living by yourself in the middle of nowhere in the desert, it seems like you would lock your damn doors, right? And here's another thing. She had a big steel metal door. Like you could not get in that door. You probably could if you had like a big crowbar or something like that, but there would definitely been signs of forced entry in there.
Now, right here, I just want to make a point that, he's been specifying the whole time about how the guy had a walkie-talkie. Obviously, if he had a walkie-talkie, there's most likely that there's more people than just one involved. So, yeah, let's keep going.
That front door. You didn't see nobody. You didn't see people building. So listen, if he would have kicked in the back door, you would have had carpenters over there, right? Fixing the frame of the door. Trust me, I fixed plenty of frames to doors in my days in construction. All right. People breaking in houses, kicking in the doors. You go in, rip out the jamb, put a new jamb in, put the door back in so it'll shut and latch. We didn't see no carpenters going to that house. We seen locksmiths going to that house. I'm thinking there's 2 people and one of those people have a key to that house. How did they get the key to the house? Was it a key that was under a rock? You know how people, you go to somebody's house, you check under the mat, there's a key, or you flip over a couple rocks and somebody's hid one under a flower pot in the yard. Some of us out here, you may be thinking, damn, I better change where I hid my key, right? Because people tend to do that. Or they'll get a light that's high up and then they'll set the key on top of the light because people forget their house keys or lose their keys. You heard there's 6 entry points. That's what I believe there is too. There's the front door, there's the garage door, there's 2 sliding glass doors, there's the back door. There may be a back sliding door too. Was there something open? Because there's no, like I said, there's no signs of forced entry. And if there's no signs of forced entry, and listen, I don't think it was none of the sliding doors. Did we see anybody out there fingerprinting sliding glass doors? Did we see anybody paying attention to these doors? The only thing they focused on that I seen was the back door and the front door. So I think Banfield was absolutely right that somebody came through that back door. He reached in his pocket. He pulled out that radio, said, I got her. They pulled up. They took her to the car. It makes more sense because if you beat on a woman, is she going to walk willingly? An 84-year-old woman that's bleeding? And like I said, there must have been a large amount of blood in the house because right off the day one, they called in homicide detectives. They didn't go out and look. Maybe she walked off. Maybe she went to the store. Maybe she's with a friend and went somewhere else. No, they called homicide detectives day one. So they seen that blood. The blood on the porch could just have been as easy as she cut her hand working in the garden. Poked herself on one of those cactuses, takes blood thinners, and bled a lot, for a little tiny cut. Because listen, I take similar medicines, and if I just nick my finger, I'll bleed that much. It'll pour. It'll be like everywhere. So is that enough to panic? I would think not on the front porch, but if there's a ton of blood inside that house, that makes more sense of why they called homicide. And of course, they found a glove, but they never said nothing about the glove. And then they took it back and said, we didn't find a glove. And then they had multiple people's DNA, but then they came out and said, well, those people worked in the house. So we had a lot of people working in the house. Just as, me and JR were sitting out there, you seen pool guys coming up. You seen different people like the city. There's a lot of people that were working on the house. She had caregivers that would go in and check on her. So when they get this DNA back,
Yes, but also one thing, like it says, Nancy was last seen January 31st, 2026, and is still missing as March begins, over a month with no result. Investigators believe she was taken against her will. Obviously, evidence shows the doorbell camera was tampered with, and her peacemaker disconnected in the early hours of February 1st. Law enforcement emphasizes the active nature of the investigation and urging anyone with tips to come forward. So yeah, but let's continue.
They go, well, it matches two people that work in the house. Okay. And then the other sample, they couldn't tell who it belonged to. So, you know, they said they had a male subject. What male worked in the house? Okay. Because I'm a little sketchy even with the people, because, you know, usually if it's something like this, it's people that are related to the residents. Okay. Like maybe it was somebody that was a landscaper or a pool guy or a carpenter or somebody that did some type of work on the house and then said, okay, this lady's by herself. She has some things I want in her house. And they went back. But the problem is the police basically said there didn't look like nothing was missing. So it didn't appear to be a robbery. So you got somebody breaking in your house. It's not a robbery. It's not a kidnapping. What is it? What is it? Okay. Now I want y'all to do me a favor. We got like over 1,000 of you in the room. I want you to like the video. Okay. And then I want to ask you guys something after you like the video. First, shout out where you're watching from after you like the video. I just want to see where you beautiful people are at this morning. Who's rocking with Dolly this morning, early morning, and is curious about these weird oddities in this case. Misty, catch me up, Dolly. Just
Also note that her family has publicly offered a $1 million reward for actionable info that leads to her mother's location or answers in case. Plus, the FBI's $100,000 reward is still stands. Despite no confirmed new sightings, Nancy's disappearance continues to capture worldwide interest. Her daughter has even highlighted somatic issues in person cases with expressing hope for her mom's return. There's no confirmed suspects identified yet, but surveillance images and DNA have been yielded positive matches. Authorities have ruled out abduction, foul play, and the case remains active and unresolved. I'm going to go ahead and let this play. I'm going to catch y'all in a little bit.
joining. Well, Misty, we're talking about this picture right here where it appears that he has something sticking out of his pocket, and people believe this is a walkie-talkie. Okay, if it's a walkie-talkie, he ain't talking to himself on it. Okay, so after y'all like the video, shout out. I see Texas, I see Oklahoma, Oregon, East Tennessee, Iowa, Maryland. Okay, we got people from all over New York. And you know, this is one of the biggest cases right now and the biggest mysteries in the country. Okay. That and how long is it going to take to find the supreme leader? Because they hit him with a bunker buster bomb. It's going to take them just as long to find what's left of him as it is going to be Nancy Guthrie. Okay. Because they blew Iran the hell up last night. Well, yesterday. Okay. More Texas, Kentucky, Ohio. And now I want to ask y'all this question because this is important because, you know, I was kind of leaning towards this was random, right? And then when I started to realize, I was like, okay, this ain't random. This is planned. This is planned. Or it was a planned robbery that, you know, there's another option that it was a robbery and the man gets in the house and he realizes Nancy's there and he panics and does what he does. But that don't explain the timeline. The timeline puts this man in the house for 30 minutes. You tell me somebody, even a robber, if somebody breaks in your house, are they going to hang out 30 minutes, go into the kitchen, make a sandwich, right? What would you be in the house for 30 minutes? If you ain't stealing nothing, what are you doing? I mean, are you sitting on the couch, twiddling your thumbs, watching some damn Shameless on Netflix? What is he doing for that long in the house? And how did he get in? How did he get in? With no forced entry. Walkie-talkies. Somebody gave this person a key. Somebody gave him a key. That's the only way it explains the locksmiths. If he would have kicked the door in or broke the door, they would have been repairing the door. Unless Nancy, for some crazy reason, left it unlocked. Now, I ain't saying that's impossible, right? It could be easily be possible. We only got 398 likes on this video. Guys, hit the like for me. All right? I'm breaking this mystery down for you guys this morning. Okay? So 41 minutes inside. Okay, well, I knew over and a half hour. Over and a half hour. I mean, think about how long a half hour is. We've been talking right now for 44 minutes, and we've been here for a while. That's how long he was in the house. To me, that's insane. Okay, that is insane. If you're watching out there, of course, Forget Me Not says sub up. Definitely sub up the channel, because we're going to figure this mystery out. Media's leaving. Okay, they're pretty much gone. The only people left out there is what? Brian Enton and JLR. And I think JLR is getting ready to leave too, because he gave his 10 away yesterday. Okay, and I'm thinking, damn, he's giving a 10 away. He's getting ready to pack up and leave. And when he gave it to the guy, he said, you can have it. I can't get on a plane with it. So I'm thinking, even JLR is starting to plan. He was talking about going to damn Israel. I'm like, damn, so this could easily turn into a cold case. We got to get our damn sleuthing hats on and figure out what's going on before people just forget about Nancy Guthrie. So Dead Gone Live leaves tomorrow also. That's what I think it is. I think everybody's planning on leaving Monday. So that's a scary situation with everybody gone. And then, the media run little segments on it that's pre-recorded, stuff they already have on tape and talk about it, but they won't be out there at the house anymore. Like yesterday, we watched JR, right? He pretty much went on a outing to the Mount Lemon. I mean, it was cool to watch because we got to see a little bit of Tucson, right? Because I've never been to Mount Lemon. I was there. I never went to the mountain. But it really wasn't like searching for Nancy, right? It was just more of a see the town, and I just felt like, man, they're going on like seeing the town. This is they're about to give up. They're about to give up, right? And it's been a long time. I've seen JLR cover cases. I haven't seen him cover one this long. JR usually shows up. Well, he did that border stuff for a long time, but he usually shows up for like a week. Right. And, I've been on different places that JLR has been. Me and JR has both been in Tennessee at the same time. We've been both in Pennsylvania for the Cavalcante case. And of course, now Arizona. So, and I think one time he was in Tennessee when I was there, but I never talked to him. Hit that like, sub up, get a seat on the Dolly train. Thank you, Katie. Thank you. So I want to ask y'all a question. And this is a voting question. How many of you guys think that the family, Annie and Tommaso, are still involved in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie? If you believe that to be the case, press 1. If you think they have nothing to do with it, I want you to press 2. JR has spent tons of money in this case. I'm sure he's doing fine. JR is doing fine. He was doing millions of views. So I'm sure he's doing excellent. Okay. I mean, excellent. I don't think he's hurting. I don't think JR is hurting for nothing. That's for sure. I see a lot of ones. See, I thought it was just me. When I was thinking this morning, I was like, oh man, this don't look good. I think the timeline's wrong. I think other people are involved now. And with them clearing the family, I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know. And why would they lie about the timeline, right? I see a lot of ones. Man, there's ones are going crazy. Now, I did see some people press the 2, right? They think the family don't have nothing to do with it. But who do you think, I've seen all the ones, so I know y'all think the family's involved. Who do you think if that is a walkie-talkie, and we're right, the people that are speculating that that is a walkie-talkie, who was he talking to? Right? 3 sheriffs. Somebody thinks the sheriff did it. Who do you think he was talking to? Repeat the question. If you believe the family was involved, press 1. If not, press 2. And who do you think they were talking to? If that is a walkie-talkie in his pocket and all these people are right about that being a walkie-talkie, who was he talking to? Too much doesn't seem right. Tommaso, people are saying. Okay, anybody else think it's Tommaso? Forget Me Not says sub up. Thank you and please. Tomato. Look, everybody's throwing tomatoes in there. If you think it's a tomato, just throw a tomato in the chat. I understand what you're saying. People say Annie, right? I don't think the person at the door was Tommaso. Okay? I don't. A lot of people think the person in the mask was Annie. I've heard that, right? That they overlap the mask and the face. We've seen a lot of that going on. And a lot of people think it's Annie. Now, me, I don't know. I'm not accusing anybody. I'm just questioning what we've been told, right? Because in true crime, you question everything, right? And you try to make sense of it. We put our heads together and we try to figure out what is going on. That don't mean we're always right. But I think you get thousands of people together and they're thinking the same thing. It makes you think maybe there is something to it. Yes, Annie too. No, Annie. Is it possible that that person is Annie? Whoever it was looked like they wasn't too familiar with handling a firearm. Okay, because most people don't put a firearm where they can blow off their private parts. Okay, if a gun goes off, you want it to get you in the leg, not in the man parts. You understand? So usually people don't carry a firearm like that. Is it somebody that's not used to having a firearm? Now, myself, I don't think it's Annie, but people say that the mustache looks fake and the eyebrows kind of match and things like that. I don't know, but this was definitely planned, and maybe the plan started as soon as January 11th. Thanks to these YouTubers that are looking at the moon and the stars and can put it together of the date that the moon was in that, like if it was a half moon or a crescent moon or whatever it may be. Damn, Venus was in retrograde. I don't know, but they're kind of saying that they believe it was January 11th. And that's crazy because we heard the police put out a bolo on a blue car on the same date. And not only that, but they were looking for video all the way back to January 11th. So what was so important about January 11th that they wasn't telling us? Now, of course, the police are saying no moon, new moon, right? The police, why, if they should know the date, because whatever video they're watching should have a timestamp on it. They ain't showing us the timestamp, but they should be able to see the timestamps. So they should know what days they're looking for. They shouldn't be guessing. So I'm going to say, hey, they started looking on November 11th because that's the first time somebody showed up on that doorbell cam. And why didn't Nancy see it? Okay. Like if she was, it usually alerts your phone. Like I have a camera on my door right now, right? So if you come up to my door, it's going to take a picture of you. It's going to send me an alert on my phone. Even if I don't record it, it's going to send me an alert and it's going to send me a picture. So I go into my app and I can go through all the things that set off my camera. Did she not check it? Because it usually will pop up an alert. My camera will tell you if it's an animal, if it's a person, it'll tell you the difference. So if a dog runs in front of your camera, you can turn it off. So if animals don't keep triggering your camera, say you got a cat, right? And the cat keeps running up on the porch and then every 5 minutes your camera is going off. So it'll let you decide on the camera if you want people, you can turn off the pets and stuff like that. why didn't Nancy notice somebody had been to her house? Right. And the rumor is that the camera inside the house also connected to Annie and Tommaso's phones. Now, I don't know if that's true, but just think about this. This man breaks in the house, middle of the night. He goes past that camera in the house that's allegedly in the house. Because you remember they said Nest cameras were broken. Well, that's just the front door cam. They didn't know about the cam on top of the pool house. They didn't even know about that. They investigate for days and don't know there's a camera on top of the damn pool house. How good of an investigation was that? Now, if this camera's true, like, it's like a grandma cam is what Nancy Grace likes to call it, grandma cams. So they can see what's going on with her mother, and they can do the same thing. So it should be sending alerts to Tommaso and Annie that's looking out for this lady. Okay. My camera is a Wise. I have a Wise camera. Okay. I have multiple Wise cameras. I actually have 2 different brand cameras on my house, but I ain't telling y'all everything just in case you might want to come kidnap my ass. Okay. But yeah, I have Wise cameras. WYZE. I think that's how it's spelled. Anybody have those cameras? And I have them hooked up to an app that notifies me, and there's multiple cameras, and you got to pay $10 to have you can have one camera for free, but if you have multiple cameras, you got to pay $9.99 a month, and that gives you the service. So I have the service because when I leave town, usually I don't have the cameras on in my house all the time. I won't tell you that, but if I'm leaving, like when I'm here, they're not on, but when I leave, I turn them on. Okay, so if you broke in my house and I'm here, you couldn't do nothing anyway because I'm going to be here and you're going to check in, but you ain't going to check out. I can promise you that. But when I leave my house, I turn these cameras on. That way they're not constantly notifying my phone. Or when I walk in the studio, my own phone ain't going off constantly. So I usually keep them off. And then when I get ready to go out of town or I'm leaving for an extended period of time, I'll cut these on. But you still can't get in my residence without being seen on camera any way you look at it. But these are just extra protection, So why didn't Annie or Tommaso, if this is true, now that's the big question. If it's true, why didn't they look at their phones? Because it notifies your phone for any movement. So somebody was walking around in that house that night because Nancy was in her bed. And now we know for a fact that she was drugged from that bed, according to Savannah. Now, of course, Sheriff Nanu's the biggest backpedaling, full of crap person ever, of course, said, "Oh, I didn't know everybody's going to take every word I said and, pick apart every word." And then he said, "Well, I ain't saying she was drugged from her bed." But yet Savannah came out, and when she gave her, I think it was the third interview, the third Instagram post, she said, her mother was dragged from the bed. So now we got Savannah saying it. We had Sheriff Nanu saying it, and then he backpedaled. Originally, like I said, he said there was an hour where the family didn't call the police. They said, "Why didn't you call?" He said, "I don't know. They were doing their own search. Was there forced entry? Was to the front door?" And he was like, "Well, the front door was open. When I got there, the family was there." Okay, so the front door was open, but he never said there was forced entry to the front door. Nanu's plays a game of word salad. Okay. He would have been better going just, "Hey, look, we can't give you no information. We ain't telling you anything." But he put stuff out there, and then he don't have that leadership quality that most leaders have, right? He don't have a voice of confidence. He basically watched them cry like, because he couldn't figure it out, and people are giving him a hard time, the media. So what does he do? He turns the road one way. He's trying to get rid of everybody, which getting rid of the media makes the YouTubers not want to sit out there. And a lot of the YouTubers, of course, like I said, are leaving, or it appears they're leaving. I don't know. JR might move to damn Arizona for all I know, but it appears that they're getting ready to pack up to me. I'm like, okay, this is looking like a little not much left. You know, when they start going out for pizza and hanging out at the mountains, they're getting ready to leave. Now, I still believe people should be putting these search parties together for Nancy. Right? When I was there, it just wasn't, there wasn't no help. Right? Like I was going out and droning and I was going to these, but I don't know the area super good. So it would have been really good to have a local down there, to help in the search efforts. But, I did the best that I could with what I had. I just, searched the neighborhood and tried to work my way out. So I covered a lot of that neighborhood, with drone. On foot, I still was jumping out, walking in, looking in like ravines and different things. And then what I couldn't get to, of course, I was droning over, and I showed you guys a lot of that drone footage. And so I don't think she's directly by the house, but I don't think she's far away, right? Like we watched them drive like an hour and a half or something up to a mountain. I don't think you're going to throw a kidnapped person in a vehicle and drive that far. I just don't think you're going to do that. It's just not, it don't seem smart. Like you're going to kidnap somebody, you're not going to go on a main road where you can get caught. Because listen, I drove around Tucson at night. There's police out, right? There's police all over the damn place. They got a lot of police out there, believe it or not. I've seen plenty of them. You're going to stick to the back roads. You're going to stick to the back roads or areas you're familiar with, and you're going to go where you can dump somebody because there's no reason to keep her, right? There's no reason for them to keep her. The only reason they would get rid of her is maybe there's some type of evidence on it, or they didn't want her found, completely not found. The mystery of, but at what point did we go, okay, this woman is presumed dead, right? Because at some point, somebody has to take over her estate, okay? And who is that going to be? Annie. Annie's going to take, listen, Savannah's worth $40 million. She done left. You think Savannah's worried about that house? I know she says she's a child of the desert and all that good stuff, but you see, she's gone. Allegedly. I'm not 100% positive. Okay. I didn't see her leave, but everybody's saying she's done went back home to New York. Cameron, he's from Vermont. I'm not for sure if he's left yet, but the only people that leave down there is Annie. And did Tommaso ever come back to the country? Did he ever come back? Does anybody know? Because I don't even know that. And why would you let your prime suspect in the disappearance of somebody's mother-in-law? And let me believe this or not, like son-in-laws and daughter-in-laws, so a lot of times don't get along with the mother. Okay? They just don't. Now I get along with PJ's mom. She likes me probably more than she likes PJ. But everybody don't get along with the mother-in-law. And, a lot of people believe they may have been having a dispute over money because, let's be honest. Annie's a poet. Does anybody read her shit? Anybody in here ever read a Annie poem? I don't, not nobody I know, right? If you like, hey, you ever read Annie Guthrie? I don't know a single human being. Me, myself, I ain't saying nobody reads it, but I don't think a lot of people read her poetry. I don't think she's like Dr. Seuss. Okay. One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. I don't think it's the same. Okay. And then we got this dude. He's a teacher. Now he works at, a school. I ain't saying he don't make no money, but can he afford this $700,000 home he's living in on a teacher's salary? Right? Can he afford that? And what are they bringing in? As a sleuth, I just wish I had access to their financials. And now here's another thing. A lot of people were speculating when they were searching Annie and Tommaso's home. that the police were in there taking pictures in the middle of the night. What the hell were they taking pictures of? Okay, if there was nothing of interest, Morgan Freeman can tell you about Savannah. Okay, there, Daddy. Daddy Blunt. That's a crazy name. I'll have, when next time I see Morgan Freeman, I'll make sure I ask him. Okay, I'll make sure I'll be like, hey man, can you tell me about Savannah? You know, and then we got the book, Savannah's book, where it discusses them fake kidnapping, and then you have a real kidnapping. Is that just coincidental? Or is that like, is that a little wild to anybody? Is that just strange to me? Or is that strange to any of you guys? If that shit's strange to you, press 1 in the chat. Because I'm going to tell you now, that is absolutely super bizarre to me. All right. Now, let me ask y'all this. We're going to vote on this. If you think this is a walkie-talkie in his pocket, you see it circled on the screen, I want you to press 1 in the chat. If you think it ain't a walkie-talkie, right, press 2. All right, I just want to see what you guys are thinking, because when I looked at it, I was like, man, that looks like a damn walkie-talkie. I see a 2. I see a bunch of 1s popping up, but I do see a 2. Just a 2. Okay, there's a few 2s. And now I got a question for you 2s in just a minute. All right. Because if it's not, I mean, right now, the 1s are outweighing the 2s for sure. 1 and 2. Okay, now you can't have 1 and 2. You can't pick both. A lot of 1s. I think the 1s right now are winning. Okay, but there are some people that are skeptical. I can understand that, because it may be something else that just looks like a walkie-talkie. But to me, it looks a lot like a damn walkie-talkie. So if I had to guess, you said, Dolly, what is that in the pocket? I'd be like, man, that's a walkie-talkie. I have some just like it that have the same hard plastic. You know, walkie-talkies don't have, like, you know how when we were young, the walkie-talkies had the antennas, you had to pull them up, you know, or they had one that was like, it would bend like a spring. Walkie-talkies ain't like that no more. They have a hard plastic thing at the top of them, and they come up like about that far. And it looks like he has stuck it in his pocket, and the tip of the walkie-talkie sticking out about like that much. Now, I've seen people say it's a zipper to the jacket. It don't appear to be a zipper. I've never seen a zipper made of hard plastic like that and that big. Signal jammer, maybe? Garage door opener. What about that? But then wouldn't it recognize the door opening? You know how they got jammers to open garage door? Signal jammer, but what signal would he be jamming? Maybe a universal garage door opener? 3, maybe it's a unit. There you go. I was thinking that too. Is that possible? But I would think a universal garage door would be square and it wouldn't have an antenna like that. You know, more like a remote taser. No, it couldn't have been a taser. But that's a good guess. I mean, you know, you never know, but it didn't appear to be a taser. The back door lock jammer. The doors didn't have digital codes on them. The doors were deadbolts and locks. The front door had 2. It had the metal door, 2 on the metal door, and it had 2 on the house. Okay, so any way you look at it, this dude didn't get through the front damn door of this house. Cell phone. A cell phone, would a cell phone have an antenna like that? I haven't seen a, I mean, I ain't seen an antenna on a cell phone since the flip phones in the damn 20 years ago. E-cigarette? No. I mean, I guess an e-cigarette could resemble that a little bit, but I don't think it's an e-cigarette. The garage has a code. Yeah, but they have these scanners. It's like your car. They got universal key fobs. So you sit there and hit the button until your door unlocks, and then you program the fob in. Right? So they have universal fobs for your car. They have universal remotes for your TV. They have universal remotes for your garage, just in case you lose one. So that's just a frequency, and a lot of these people know how to get into that. You know what I'm saying? There are people that steal your car when you got a chip key car. You know, like my car has a chip key. It ain't just a regular key. It's a chip, and they got programs. They'll plug that jank right into your car, break your lock, steal it, even with the chip keys. So I mean, a lot of these criminals, believe it or not, are pretty smart. A jammer could block police calls, possibly. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there was any attempt we know that came from her house. You would think, that you would have ADT or something to protect yourself in the middle of nowhere out there, and she didn't. I mean, just the cameras that, allegedly she didn't have service for, but she had to have some type of security system on the house, because how did they know what time the garage door opened? She has a security system on the house. Did she not pay that service? Did she not have that hooked up? Because it knew what time the garage door opened. The garage door was open for 2 minutes. How did they know that if she don't have a security system on the house? She had a security system on the house. Was that security system disabled? Think about that. Has anybody asked herself, how did they know what time the garage door opened? Okay. There's no camera on the garage door. How did they know what time it opened? Because that garage door hooks to a security system in the house. Backpack probably full. So if there is a security system in the house, why wasn't the security system armed? Most are Wi-Fi. What? The garage door? But your garage door ain't going to tell you what time it opens. You can go open my garage door. They ain't going to tell me when you opened it. 2 cell phones? I don't think that was a cell phone. So she had some type of security system on this house. They're lying to us. That's just my opinion. Listen, I could be wrong. I could be wrong is all get out. Dolly, if you have a smart garage door opener, like you can open it on an app on your phone, no security system required. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that's possible. You can look into the apps and possibly see what time they open the door. I mean, that's a good explanation. You might be right, dog mom. Or she had a security system on the house and it wasn't armed. Would you live in a house that's $700,000 in the desert that don't have security? Maybe they didn't turn it on. You know how you have to arm your security system? And, usually when it goes off, you go over there and punch in a code. I would like to know if they had a key. Did they go in with a key and disarm the security system? Right? Usually you go into your house with a key, the alarm don't instantly go off. And it starts to count down, and you go over there and you punch a code into it and it disarms. Is that something that took place in Nancy's house, or is dog mom right? And it was just an app on the phone, and the app keeps up with what time you open the door. Now, that's a tricky question. I mean, it could be either or. So, but without being inside that house, we don't really know, right? We don't know exactly what it could have been. But I know, let me pull something up here on this, and we're going to take a look at it real fast. Let me go to filters today. Take a little look at Brian Enton's latest stuff, okay? All right, hold on. so I can share this with you guys. Share screen. Make sure I got my audio on. And I'm going to speed this up just a little bit so we ain't got to listen to this dude talk all slow. But I won't speed it up much because it's a little bit long. All right. Let me share the screen with you guys. And we're using this under the Fair Use Act, just so you know.
This is Nancy Guthrie's house right behind me. It's really weird. Today is Saturday, but there's no one out here today. I mean, there's one other person out here, but none of the other media is out here. I know there's still some media in town, but it's kind of interesting. I've never been outside the house and really just been the only one. It's just like super quiet out here. When normally you hear the humming of generators and reporters talking to each other and that kind of thing. So it's kind of just been a different vibe. I was just thinking to myself, just sitting outside Nancy's. Like sometimes I'll just look at the front door and think about, gosh, like what happened here? It's just weird to stare and think if you were here on early in the morning on February 1st.
Right here, Quentin Simon case. They knew what time everything Leilani left and come back that night, I believe. I also believe that was a walkie in the pocket of the front door perp. I agree with you in stitches. And you're right. In the Leilani Simon case in Savannah, Georgia, they knew every time the door was open because Leilani was lying about the time frame she had left and went and slept with the drug man. So they used that alarm system to basically, they used it in court because, I had my heart attack and I got out in the hospital. And a week later, after my heart attack, I drove to Georgia to sit in the sentencing for Leilani Simon. And they were mentioning that door a lot of the time frame that she was lying. She wasn't there. She had took the baby and went and threw him in a dumpster. So that alarm system on the house did her in, her own alarm system. That was one of the key pieces of evidence they used against Leilani Simon. I see some stop signs. Let me see what this says. Dolly, I think Tommaso was trying to let someone in garage with her opener when they were close to the house. I mean, I can understand that, but why would they be outside the door at 1:47? I think the timeline is wrong too, all the way around.
First, you would have seen what happened, and we still don't know now, 28 days later. But I have some new information in this episode that I'm going to get to. I want to talk about the change in resources, what the FBI is doing behind the scenes, what the Pima County Sheriff's Office is doing behind the scenes, because there have been some changes. Also, looking at the suspect photo more closely, a lot of you have asked me what I thought about what is in his pocket. It almost looks like there's an antenna sticking out of his pocket.
See, I mean, this is the first time I've seen this video. I didn't watch Brian Enton's video. He seems to believe that it's an antenna sticking out the pocket too. Or so far it seems like he does.
I have a retired FBI agent and CIA officer who's going to tell me what she thinks it is. And we're going to dive into that and other parts of the case together and just sort of go over where things go from here. Day 28. I'm going to get into all of it. Hours of video to review. I assume that has to do with traffic cams. So the fact that a lot of them are going back to Phoenix really doesn't surprise me, and I don't think impacts the investigation that much. And it doesn't feel active right now in Tucson. So
you look at that. So he said he's out there, and it's a Saturday, which was yesterday, and he's the only person out there, right, by himself. Because you got to remember, JLR, Tucson, the other IRT guy or whatever who he is, and Dead Gone Live, which is YouTubers. And they all left to go to Mount Lemon. So he's out there completely by himself, he said. Now, how long is News Nation going to leave him out there? And how long are these rest of these people going to stay? Is that was a Wi-Fi jammer that the cameras would not be showing anything? Absolutely right, Richie. Smart man right there. If it was a Wi-Fi jammer, the cameras wouldn't have caught him. He would have jammed it all, right? So we know it ain't a jammer. Good catch. Good catch. You're right. If it would have been a jammer, they wouldn't have him on camera. So we know it ain't a jammer. So what else could it be? I'm thinking it's a walkie-talkie. It makes the most sense. Because we know there was a vehicle. We know there was a vehicle. The question is, was there somebody else in the vehicle? Criminals go back to the scene. So what about weirdos getting pulled over, drove by 50, 100 times past her house? Then when cops asked what he was doing, he pointed to pictures of Nancy on his phone. Yeah, that's weird. It's no different than a weird ass YouTuber walking in front of the house 50 times like Dolly. You know what I'm saying? And I got pictures of her in my phone. I mean, curiosity killed the cat. Curiosity might get some random person locked up. You know what I'm saying? So you got to take that into consideration. There's a lot of people coming out there. Look, when we first got there, I know JR was there first, and then I got there. And there was a lot of media. It was just media. There wasn't like tourists. There wasn't people with strippers. There wasn't true crime karaoke yet. There was none of this stuff going on, right? There really wasn't. It was pretty calm considering. Dolly, could it be a zipper on the jacket? It's too big. It's too big to be a zipper on a jacket. Is it possible? I'm assuming it is, but that jacket's in Walmart. Okay, they found the jacket, and that jacket they found didn't have big zippers like that. So they found a jacket, they found a ski mask, they found a book bag, they found the holster for the firearm. I got somebody that had pinpointed his shoes and sent me a message about what type of shoes. He has a certain type of shoe on too. And my buddy keeps like, yo, man, you just overlooking the shoes, bro. You're just overlooking the shoes. Have you talked about the shoes yet? Are you going to talk about the shoes? Right? He hits me up with it. Maybe the next video, we're going to be talking about the damn shoes, okay? Because he says there are special shoes that the guy's wearing. I'm not a shoe expert unless you got some Nike Jordans on, some Air Maxes, or, I know my basic shoes, but you start getting into the weird shoes, I don't know what them damn shoes are. That's a cheap jacket from Wally World. That's what I'm saying. So I don't believe that to be the case of what it is. I believe it is a walkie-talkie. It makes the most sense. And I believe the person that had the other walkie-talkie was in the vehicle. And when they pulled Nancy out the house, they drove up there in a vehicle and they stuffed her in the vehicle and took off. So, and people even said they thought they seen something on the video of what appeared to be somebody behind them with a cell phone. Now, I've heard that. I haven't really been able to slow it down and find it. But even my producer said, hey, I think there was somebody else behind them off to if you're looking at the doorbell camera, off to the right. Some people believe there was somebody over to the right of them. Now, if somebody's with you, why would you need the walkie-talkie? You can just be like, hey, you know what I'm saying? But if you like, I'm going to go get the car, I'm going to go inside. Are you out there? Yeah, I'm out here. All right, boom, So I believe it's possible.
It sort of makes sense. They are still going to keep a contingent of FBI agents on the ground here in Tucson. In terms of the Pima County Sheriff's Office, I'm told that they are still keeping a number of detectives on the case, and that will be all they work on, but it won't be all the detectives like it was. I mean, pretty much everyone with the Pima County Sheriff's Office was working the case at one point. So that's not going to be the case anymore, which makes sense. Because they have other crimes here.
Yes, you can send me an email. My mods can post my email link. It is Jimmy, Jimmy, Jams, JAMZ 757 @gmail.com. I wish I'd have got more time out there to search. You never know. You never know. I may one of these days pop back out there and see what else I can do around that area. They need a big search party. It's been little tiny groups of searchers. Like we seen the girls with the poke rod and sniffing it. And, we seen the YouTubers and, the helicopters, I'm sure the helicopters in the first couple of days searched a lot of it, but we didn't see a lot of boots on the ground searching. Picture of whatever you think in the pocket. Zoom in on it. Okay, give me a second. I'll pull it up right now and we'll zoom in on it. Let's see, downloads. All right, let's pull it up here. That should open it. I mean, to me, man, it looks like a walkie-talkie. I mean, what does that look like to y'all? Look, we'll blow it up big. That ain't no zipper. It loses contrast though when I get too close. You can see it right there. I mean, that is something sticking out of his damn pocket. I mean, what do y'all think that is? Hey, look. The zipper is below. Yeah, you can see the little thing right here. And of course, he has, the holster. Man, that looks like, is it the corner of a cell phone? Do you think that could be it? You think that's the corner of his cell phone? Small flashlight? No, he had the flashlight in his mouth. It could be a taser. I don't know. It looks too skinny to be a taser. Tasers are usually fat. I got one over there sitting on the desk. There was a case of a woman. Hold on. What does this say? There was a case of a woman that had first parties, cadaver dogs, four-wheelers, community people, etc. Nothing than bones were 1.5 miles from her house. I don't know nothing. What? There was a case of a woman who was missing for 4 years. They had, I think they're supposed to be search parties, cadaver dogs, four-wheelers, community people, etc. Nothing. Then bones were 1.5 miles from her house. Why? I mean, 1.5 miles, believe it or not, guys, is a pretty good damn ways. Right? People think taser. I think it's too skinny to be a taser. Morning, what's new? What's new is we're talking about this picture from the assailant at the door. He has something sticking out of his pocket, and everybody thinks it's an antenna to to a walkie-talkie. And if that is the case, then he was communicating with somebody. And even if he wasn't communicating with anybody, right? Even if he wasn't, how did this man get in the house if there's no signs of forced entry? Somebody says signal blocker or walkie-talkie. I believe this man had a key to the house. That's why we seen the locksmiths out there. That's why we seen them changing the locks. We didn't see a repairman out there fixing the door casings, right? No, we just seen them changing the locks because I think this person had a key. Or he picked the door. Okay? Or he picked the door. Maybe he's a locksmith. Maybe he can pick locks. I mean, I know people that can pick locks. I used to live in an apartment and I could pick the deadbolt. You know what I'm saying? With 2 paper clips. I could pick the deadbolt to the house. Both doors, the bottom lock and the top lock. In this apartment I can't do it on every lock, but I used to be able to break into my little lock box with 2 paper clips. I used to be able to break into my apartment with paper clips. I mean, it's just a matter of getting all the pins lined up. You shake it and rattle till the pins go down, and then you turn it with the other one, and that shit'll open up. I mean, they don't make locks like super, super high tech, So, I mean, you see locksmiths can go right up your house in 2 minutes. They'll have that little bent one and they have that other one, and they'll be like, boom, and unlock your door. So maybe he's familiar with picking locks and he went back there and he picked it. But I don't think there's a big metal door on the back. That was in the 80s, Dolly. LOL. Okay, I mean that was a good while ago, but I'm just saying, do they make locks any much different? I mean, my house now has a digital lock. Now you ain't gonna pick it because it don't even have a key. It has mine is a touchpad, but hers is not that.
Here, I mean that's been one complaint that I've heard
Or
from
vape.
people who live here is they're worried that other crimes aren't going to be investigated because all the focus was on Nancy Guthrie. So it makes sense that they would have to sort of reallocate some of those resources. It is, you know, it's not good news that it's now day 28, and you know most of these kinds of cases usually get solved within the first couple of days. But I don't think it's a cold case. Some people have asked me that. I don't think it's a cold case. And I do think it's going to be solved. I think it's just taking longer than a lot of us expected. A number of you have.
Okay, Bridget. Okay, I will keep that in mind. You would just have to shoot me an email, jimmyjam757gmail.com. Send me some locations because you never know. And you never know when I might pop in. I don't have any plans of going back right now. I still have a few doctor's things that I got to take care of, but you never know. I might get a wild hair and just jump on a plane. I doubt it. I'm not saying I am, but you never know.
Sent me questions that I'm going to answer at the end of this episode. Remember, we were going to have that News Nation special because of the war happening now in Iran.
That means News Nation is covering that. This ain't high priority anymore because all the media is gone because there's a war. Okay, they're worried about ratings. The media don't care about Nancy Guthrie. They care about ratings. They're going to go for the biggest story every time, right? And right now, that's Donald Trump. That's the supreme. I call him Supreme Dust because they blew his ass into dust. Okay, I mean, yeah, he's done. And I mean, listen, when you know, not to get off topic, but you know, our president warned this man to stop. You know, and he gave him a warning, and he dared him. You know, and look what happened. Don't dare America because now you're a big dust pile. Okay. So the people of Iran will be free. You know, the women over there that lived under strict laws, you know, shout out to them because their whole life has just changed. You know, that's crazy. I wasn't expecting that so quickly that we would, you know, drop bombs on their leader, but hey, that's what happened.
That it has been preempted. So I have a ton of your questions and I'm going to answer here. And I think that might be one of the other reasons that like there's like no media out here.
Mods, post my email for everybody. Jimmy, Jimmy, Jams, JAMZ 757 at gmail.com. Dolly, I subbed just so I can point out the poo. Okay. It isn't real. Look at the grip. It's round. Look at the side. It sticks out from possible tranquilizer and a semi-type revolver. Yeah, it's definitely not the bang bang to the holster. A lot of people believe it's a Ruger. Okay, like a 22 Ruger. It's what it seems like it appears to be me. And I'm pretty familiar with those firearms. Believe it or not, my sister had one. You know what I'm saying? And I used to shoot hers all the time. She had a 22 Ruger. And that's what it appears to be to me. People are saying it's something else, but when I see it, I think it's a 22 Ruger. But that's just my opinion. I could be completely wrong.
Anymore. People have just kind of packed up and left. And I think also now with everything happening in the Middle East, just kind of the way the news cycle works, people are very, very quick to move on from things. But I want to get into a couple of questions that I've had about the suspect and what is in his pocket. And there's some other things that I talked to my guest about in this episode. It's Tracy Walder, who's a friend of mine. She's a great guest because she is a former FBI agent, but also a former CIA officer. So I want to share this conversation with you. I'm joined now by Tracy Walder, former FBI agent and CIA
agent. I always get confused. Is it agent or officer?
Officer.
Officer. That's right. Yeah.
It's fine.
It's nice to see you, Tracy. Thank you for.
Thank you, Brian.
To me.
It's great to see you.
You've been all over this case, this Nancy Guthrie case. I've seen you on
Yeah.
News Nation a ton. So I wanted to ask you a couple questions sort of that I've had lingering. With the suspect, one question that I've gotten a lot is and I'm assuming it's a he, in his pocket, there's what looks like almost a little antenna sticking out. And some people have thought, I've heard that it's a walkie-talkie. Other people have thought it could be a signal jammer. And I actually saw someone post a photo of a signal jammer, and it did look kind of similar. Have you noticed that? And what do you think it could be?
So I actually agree with both of those assessments. I know that's sort of wishy-washy, but again, I can't confirm, what's in his pocket. I assume it's a he as well. The walkie-talkie makes sense.
Okay, one of the emails I got, somebody thinks it's a key decoder that's in his pocket. Lock opening tool, lock picks, entry tools. Okay. I will save this picture and I'll show you guys in just a second what he sent me. Save image. Let me save that. I'll show that to you guys in just a minute. Let me get this other email real fast. 1 minute ago, inside FBI. In on Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law. Zeroes in on Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law. 1 minute ago. I don't know if that's legit. I would have to watch that video. And I don't know whose video it is. But that's, it's possible. I mean, we know they were investigating the family. All right, let's jump back into this real quick, and then I'll show you how that picture was sent to me.
In the fact that I know I've talked before, I think with you, about the fact that I feel a getaway vehicle is going to be critical in this case if there's someone else that helped. And so that would be a way, obviously you wouldn't want to use a cell phone. That would be a way in a short range to communicate with someone to, bring a car to a certain location. So that's why I can get on board, right, with the walkie-talkie theory. In terms of the signal jammer, that makes sense as well, but
no, it don't. Okay, because we kind of ruled that out here. If there was a signal jammer, it would have jammed the cameras. Okay, it would have jammed the cameras, and they wouldn't have them on video. So they got them on video. So if it's a jammer, it wasn't working very well.
But the home in and of itself is, I'm not seeing that he took any devices with him. So I can see the possibility of both. I don't think we can discredit either, but I don't think that it's a phone, in my opinion.
I guess the walkie-talkie would make sense if he wasn't bringing his cell phone so that he couldn't be tracked.
Yes, which I don't think he did bring a cell phone. Yeah. I think we would have him by now if he did.
Right, because they would be able to. Is that what geofencing is, or?
Yes, that is. So geofencing, and I think it was maybe with you or someone. I talked about this in the Koberger case because they were using geofencing in that case as well. And one of the things that they noticed with Koberger was that the phone was not operating, right?
But when he came back, like he had been there multiple times at Kohlberger, and at one point his phone connected to their Wi-Fi. That's what they use geofencing for. It can tell what devices this phone is connected to. Kohlberger's phone at some point connected to the Idaho 4's internet.
A span of, it was like 3 or 4 hours, if I can remember that right. And so I think in this case, that's certainly something that they will look at once they have the suspect. But yes, he is trying to avoid that capability.
With also that big full backpack, what is your theory on that? Like, why would he be arriving? We think he's arriving. Why would he be arriving with such a full bag?
Because if it's a unalive kit, he's going to have rope. He's going to have a tarp. He's going to have duct tape. He's going to have, things to maybe wrap her up in. We don't know. Change channel name to Norfolk 757. Why would I change my channel name to Norfolk 757? Or he could have had another bag in there because, from what we're hearing, it wasn't a robbery. That's according to Nanews. Now, can we really believe Nanews? I call him Sheriff No News. But can we really believe him? I don't know if we really can believe him. But he did have what appeared to be a full bag. Did he have a change of clothes in the bag? Is he homeless carrying his stuff around with him? But if he was homeless, why would he have a car? We know there was a car involved because when you look at the blood, even I was out there, the blood ends at the driveway. Okay. It ain't leaked all over the ground going down the driveway. So at some point there was a car that pulled up to her front door. Now, maybe this is after they broke the camera, but there was a car in front of her house at some point that night. I'm pretty damn positive of that because the blood trail just stops. What did she stop bleeding and walking down the street? No, she would have kept bleeding, and the bleeding probably would have got worse. So we know there's a vehicle. It makes the most sense for it to be a walkie-talkie because, and if he has a walkie-talkie, then there's a second suspect. And everybody from the beginning has believed this has been multiple people. People say if Nancy was unconscious, one person couldn't have carried her out. Dead weight. She's 150 pounds. Okay. The person that went in that house is 200 pounds. Okay. Now I'm right now. I'm 195. Could I carry a 150 pound person out that house? Probably not. Could I drag you out the house? I could drag you out the house for sure. But could I pick you up and just carry you like a rag doll? Probably not. That's going to be a little heavy. I mean, I possibly could pick you up, but you'd be dragging your feet. And it didn't appear to be any drag marks through the blood. Okay. We didn't really see any drag marks. We didn't see no drag marks in the gravel outside of because when you step off that porch, it's like terracotta, like the red brick stuff. I don't know what they call that. And then once you step down, it's dirt and gravel. We didn't see no drag marks in front of the front door like she was dragging her feet behind her. We just didn't see that. I droned over it. Unless, this crime scene's been contaminated. You got Brian Enton walking up to the door and you got different pizza men and different Amazon drivers and all that. I mean, they should have never let anybody on that property. Right. So from right there, think about the defense when if they do catch the person that the crime scene's been contaminated. Everybody's touched everything. You've had 50 people and there are a million different investigators, people coming up the door, Amazon people, pool people, locksmiths. That's a tough battle.
I think again, just my hypothesis that he is arriving with things to subdue her.
That's what I was thinking. Smart.
Maybe even blankets or tarps to put her in. I don't want to seem overly morbid or graphic, but things like zip ties, tape, things to subdue her. That's what I think is in the backpack.
Yeah, I wondered about tarps too, just because it looks so full.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and you would think of like tarps would be, you know what I mean? It would really
fill. Yeah, I seen that blood expert guy, and he was a damn idiot. Okay, the blood analysis guy, not a very smart guy. That's my opinion. You may think differently, but I sat here and joked the blood from this dude, literally blood from him. He was making it like an 84-year-old woman bleeding is no big deal. She's 84 years old. We don't know how much blood's in that house, right? That could have been blood dripping from a tarp, and she was covered in blood. We don't know. We don't know. Everybody thinks it's from a nosebleed or a skin tear. We don't know. What if it was some blood that dripped off the tarp as he was carrying a tarp with her unalive body in it? Nah, it was a lady. Oh, I didn't see the lady. I seen the man that was on Nancy Grace. And Nancy Grace was just, I love Nancy. She's the OG of true crime. But she was just agreeing with this dude. She was like, well, I want to think she's alive. So can you say it again? Y'all remember that guy? And he was just a dumb. And I was just like, you don't know that. You don't know if this woman left that house alive or dead. You don't know how she got out. Now, it could be just as simple as a nosebleed and it dripped on the ground, right? Or it could have been him carrying a tarp out the house and blood dripping from the tarp. We don't know what the blood. She could have been covered in blood, and we know there was blood found in the house, and it was enough blood that they brought in homicide detectives. You just don't bring in homicide detectives. How often do you see in a missing person case homicide detectives show up day one? They didn't know if she was dead. They had to have some indication that this woman was dead when they brought those homicide detectives in. And I think they knew from the very jump, early on that this woman was dead. They got cameras. The cameras didn't catch them. If there's a camera in the house, how did Banfield know they were Google Nest cameras? How did she know? And how did she know there was multiple cameras? Nobody else at the time knew that. Unless Banfield is the killer. Has anybody tried putting a mask on Banfield? Okay. I'm just kidding. Banfield is the sweetest woman in the world. She's a lot smaller in real life than she is on TV. And she is sweet as can be. I'm just joking, but how did she know these things? She says a higher up in the police force told her, but she's saying she was right about them being Google Nest cameras. I believe she was right about him coming in the back door. I think she's been right a lot. And she was absolutely right that they were investigating Tommaso. We seen that with our own eyes that they were investigating Annie and Tommaso. So she was right about that. Now, that don't mean they did it, but she was right that they were investigating him as the prime suspect. They seized the car. She knew there were Google Nest cameras. She knew about the back door. She knew there was blood in the house. Them of things, either you got an FBI informant or you're the killer. And now I know Banfield is not the killer. Okay. So that means her informant was legit. And if she's right about all that, then she's probably right about this camera in the house. And they probably know how Nancy left that house. Why are they not showing us any timestamps? Why ain't they showing us anything from any camera other than the front door? Why is there no forced entry? Why has this man got a walkie-talkie? I mean, there's a million questions that need to be answered, right? Like, I wish I could sit down with Sheriff No News and be like, yo, bro, you got some explaining to do. Why are you lying about the timeline? Because if you lie about the timeline, it makes the family look like they ain't got nothing to do with it. But if the timeline is legit, what family would wait an hour to do this? I'm not saying they did it. I am just questioning everything. That's what we do in true crime. We question everything. Every little detail needs to be questioned. It needs to be looked over 1,000 different ways with 1,000 different eyes. And that's all I'm doing is I'm questioning what's going on, because to me, in my mind, it don't make sense. And I'm one of those people that's like, hey, make this make sense to me. That's why I'm always asking you guys. That's why I'm always voting. That's why I asked you, what do you think it is? Right? Because I'm just trying to work it into my mind to what the hell is going on and why somebody would kidnap an 84-year-old woman. It just don't make criminal sense. Right? I've seen a lot of criminals in my day. I've known criminals, and I just never known one to go, okay, I'm going to go out and snatch up this 84-year-old woman. It's nuts.
Roll it up. And
Yeah, it is. It's sad to think about. I mean, even in Savannah's latest video, it's almost like she's acknowledging that there's a real possibility now that, Nancy is no longer with us.
It's incredibly sad. It's hard to talk.
Okay, that's a good question too. Why didn't they call within 5 minutes? It took them 8 minutes. Why didn't they call in the first when they seen the blood? Right? Like, even if it's 8 minutes, you're right. It's a little long. Even at 8 minutes, it's a little long. But the sheriff first came out and said that they took an hour to call, that they did an initial search themselves, and then they called the police. And then he comes out and puts a timeline out where they call the police 8 minutes later. So who's lying? Is the timeline a lie, or if Sheriff Nuno's a liar? Because somebody's lying. One of the two are wrong. Okay, it can't both be right. It can't be an hour and then be 8 minutes. It's either 8 minutes or it's either an hour. You know, if you're an idiot and you shouldn't be a spokesperson, then don't come out and talk to the media, right? And this is even after, you know, the whole debacle of her being drug out the house. Oh, I didn't say she was drug out the house. Did I say she was drug out the house? Like, listen, I'm some dumb. I'm not plumb dumb, okay? And I think this sheriff is trying to play us as stupid asses, okay? And the only stupid ass I see is this guy playing us for fools. And I don't think none of us are fools. I think most of us in true crime have been here long enough to know, hey, something is not adding up. Something is not right. This shit needs to be explained.
About, right? You know, in relation to this case, because in other cases, we tend to have, unfortunately, deceased bodies or those kinds of things where there's like a finality, right, to that. And then you can kind of talk through that. But in this case, we don't have any of that. And so we want to, it's like you want to try to remain sensitive to what they're going through at the same time, but then also the reality and logic.
Now, Richie, if that ransom note, I'm going to touch on this. If there was a ransom note left, then I would believe the ransom. But why not pay it? Okay, if that's what it is, this thing about this was your mother, and you had $40 million. And all they wanted was $6 million, and you make that a year, easy. You know what I'm saying? Your husband rich, you rich. I would pay $6 million to get my damn Chihuahua back if I had $40 million. I'd be like, okay, can I get my bulldog back? You know, my little Frenchie. Can I get Wrangler back? Can I get Lolo, my dog? I'll pay the $6 million. Okay, and you knew it was real, and you just left your mother. They said they were going to pay it. I believe that was just to buy a little bit of time. But most rich people would pay that $6 million. So at some point, they had to think this was a hoax. I hope so, because if they didn't, and that ransom was real, and they didn't pay it, oh my God, could you live with yourself? Could you live with yourself after that? I couldn't. You know, I couldn't do it. But, you know, me, I was a mama's boy before my mama passed away. I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. I'd have paid that shit so fast. Even with the FBI going, no, don't pay it. I'd have been like, no, we're paying this. You know, catch them later, but let's get my mama back. But that's just me. And I mean, people have different levels of how they love their family and you know, but shit, if I had $40 million in the bank and all you wanted was 6 of it, you're getting that 6 million. You're getting it.
You know, of the situation.
Do you know, with the $1 million reward, and like, I think everybody's hoping that it's a lot of money, you know, for someone who might know something. Does the FBI have ways that people can actually stay anonymous? Because I'm just thinking, like, if that is your family member who did it or something, and you want the money, but you don't want to be that involved in you know what I mean?
Here's the thing. If Tommaso and Annie had something to do with it, let's just say they did. Annie should tell on Tommaso, get the $1 million and pay her bills. Okay. If they're in financial trouble. I mean, think about it. You know, you're going to prison forever, but at least we'll have the house paid off, you know, just think about that.
So my guess is the FBI, the way that they will handle something like that is they will know ultimately who you are. However, they can keep your name and all of that information totally anonymous to the public as long as you didn't have participation in.
Oh man, as soon as you went out and bought you a Lambo and a mansion, they're gonna know you turned somebody in. It's just like if I had $1 million right now, y'all would be like, Dolly done found out where that lady was at. You know, you would know. Somebody around there is gonna have a ton of money. You can't hide money, right? You've ever heard that saying? You can't hide me. You can't hide no $1 million. As soon as you show up in a damn brand new Porsche and bought you a brand new house, people gonna be like, where'd you get that money from? And then this lady's going to turn up. So the lady turns up and now you're a millionaire. People are going to know you told
the crime. And again, maybe they'll work with you if they have participation in the crime, right? I don't know. There's so many different ways that they could go about that. But if you don't, and you're just want to give a tip, I don't know that you can remain truly anonymous in terms of the FBI not finding out who you are, but they would never allow the public to find out who you are.
Okay. Yeah, that's good for people to know since, you know, I
Mhm.
mean,
So I've been away from home for a while for work, and one of the things I miss so much are my factor meals. They
Oh, boy.
counts. It took a long time to, and one of Incogni's privacy agents will take care of the rest.
Going on a month, I guess now, of this, and no one has come forward. And so I think the people involved now are like, well, they can't figure this out. So what does it matter? Even if I do come forward and get this $1
750
million
taxes.
and then I go to jail, for that, they haven't been able to figure this out. So
Okay, Lady Jet, I think they must have had some kind of, let me finish reading this super chat, please. Some kind of reason for that SWAT team raid and holding these two people for questioning, regardless if they let them go or not now or not. Yeah, I mean, they could have let them go while they're building a case against them. It wouldn't be the first time they let a killer go or somebody that has committed a crime and then they build a case against them. For the longest time, let's just use Michael Monkey Vaughn as an example. Everybody on the whole damn internet knew Stacey Wander and his wife killed Michael Monkey Vaughn. They've been running the streets. Well, she's in prison, but not charged. He was running the streets, going to jail for other crimes, not charged. But everybody knew he did it. Now, of course, and allegedly he passed a lie detector tests, but now he's been charged with the death of Michael Monkey Vaughn, and he's going to stand trial for the murder of that little boy. Everybody knew it, but they didn't charge him, and then they waited till they could build a better case against him, and then they charged him. I mean, it could be the same thing with Luke, Zach, Tommaso, Annie. They could be saying you're cleared, so hopefully they make a mistake. We don't know. Sheriff Nuno's the biggest liar on the force, says one thing, but we ain't hearing from the FBI, right? So we really don't know. I mean, truly, if you believe him, well, do you believe him about the timeline? He told us two different timelines. He said one was 8 minutes. He said one was over an hour. Which one? They can't be both, so you're lying. And if you're a liar, what do we pick and choose what you're telling the truth about? If somebody's going to lie to you, they're a liar. So we don't pick and choose. We just say, hey, I can't believe anything this man says. Even if he came out and told us the truth, would we believe him? I don't think we would, because you've been caught in too many lies and go, well, I can't believe you now because you told us this and you told us this, then you told us this, then you told us this. How do we know right now you're giving us the real truth? You just can't.
I don't know that it's going to move the needle now. I think it would have in the first weeks of the investigation.
Yeah. And I think back to Koberger, they weren't talking much, the police or the FBI, and we were being really critical of them. I was, and then come to find out they were making a lot of progress in the scenes. And I hate to be like negative, but I just don't get that sense in this case. Like, I don't feel like there's a ton happening that we don't know about, and there's some imminent arrest.
So the difference is in the Idaho case, and I say this because I think you're awesome and you're my friend. Yeah, I disagreed with that, criticism of the police, because I personally did feel that they knew a lot more. But
they do, and I still believe that, because they know that there's no forced entry into that house. Okay, they possibly know there's more than one person that's involved in this. So I believe the police know more too. Guys, if you're just tuning in with me, I want to show you what we're discussing real fast. I know just maybe a repeat for some of you guys, but we started discussing this picture of basically what's in this person's pocket. So many people believe that this is a CB, not CB, but a walkie-talkie, and that he was communicating with somebody. So if you're just tuning in, do me a good favor real quick. It's absolutely free, won't cost you a penny. Like the video, and if you're watching out there, sub up, okay? Ring the bell for notifications, because a lot of these people are leaving. They're going to forget about Nancy. We don't forget about people. We don't do that here. We cover the cases from beginning until the end. I always have. You ask any of my viewers, they'll say, man, Dolly stays on it. He don't stop. So you never know when these people go home and it's all nobody else out there. Dolly might be out there alone with the cactuses. So definitely stay tuned to our coverage on this. And you never know. I try to keep everybody up to date with what's going on in the case daily. I want answers just like each and every one of you. And at this point, we really honestly need a miracle to get Nancy Guthrie home. And that's a miracle with her alive or with her not alive. It's going to take a miracle. You know, it's like a needle in a haystack in those deserts. And right now, the police just don't got anything. If this person doesn't strike again, we may not catch this person. But if they do, which would suck, because if you can do this to an 84-year-old woman, you can do this to a small child, a young lady, a man. If you will hurt an 84-year-old woman, you will hurt anybody.
Let's say in that case is I felt they did a really good job though with communicating, with investigating, with all of that wasn't necessarily up for debate. It was just the fact that we had no information that was up for debate. In this case, I feel that from day one, it's been handled in ways that I think a lot of law enforcement officers, officials disagree with, like releasing the crime scene too soon. All of those things are problematic and do compromise the case. And so a lack of information isn't bad and doesn't compromise the case, but this lack of getting along, lack of investigating things properly, having to go back and forth, all of those things do, in my opinion, compromise the case.
And show that maybe they're not in a good place.
That is very true right there. They caught that guy in 33 hours, you know, and they didn't really have a face picture of him. And the FBI tracked him down, but they can't catch Nancy Guthrie or find anything to do with her. They got emails that were sent. They have a digital footprint. They can't find the people that wrote the ransom notes. It seems crazy to think that with all the technology we have in 2026, that they can't find this lady. When the FBI came in, I was like, okay, they're going to catch this person, right? When President Trump was like, oh, something's going to break in the next couple of days. I think it's almost coming to an end. And then we seen that raid. I thought they knew something, and maybe they still do. Maybe they still do, but they're building it, right? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe this is a little farther along solved than we think it is, but they just don't have everything they need because listen, it ain't just arrest people. It's build a prosecution against them. And now we've seen the DAs at the house. So maybe there is more to what's going on and they're building a case against somebody and they're going to arrest this person and maybe charge them without the body. And I don't know if they do that in Arizona. Here in Virginia, I think we've convicted 14 people without a body. The last person was Corey Bixby, which the father of Cody Bixby, the little boy that went missing from Buckrow Beach. They never found his body. I went out searching for him in a big, huge mosquito pit. I swear I've never had so much blood sucked from my body in my whole life. I go out there searching for the boy. Mosquitoes completely eat me. I was bit from head to toe in mosquitoes because it's like a marshy area. So I'm searching all this stuff, getting ate up by mosquitoes. I also went to his trial. They convicted him in 30 minutes with no body. Now, he had a couple confessions that he said to a guard, but there was nothing like solid, really solid. And I was like, man, they don't really have much against this man. But in 30 minutes, they convicted him without a body, gave him 40 years, and he still has to go to court for like 20 child abuse charges. Okay. Summers Army gifted $1 membership. Thank you so much. So maybe that's what they're planning on doing. I don't know Arizona law, so I don't want to misspeak and be like, no, you're a big ass idiot. I just know what they do here in Virginia, and we'll convict you without a body. I sat in a courtroom. I watched him break down and, the lawyer go crazy. He had this ghetto ass lawyer. It was crazy. He was stomping his feet and shit. He looked like he had left a damn Martin Luther King rally. It was crazy. I don't even know how to explain it.
I think it shows that they're not in a good place, but I do feel that they could have been in a better place had things been handled differently.
Yeah, yeah. What do you make of, and I don't know if you've seen this, we had a drone video the other day of they were doing like one final walk through the house, it seemed
Yeah, I
like,
saw that.
and there were those people in the suits. There was a woman in like a kind of a dressy suit and a man, and we found out later that they were, or at least some of them were U.S. attorneys.
Yes.
See? Building a
What do you
case.
make of them being there?
Yeah, so that was a funny, everyone's like, "Oh, those are FBI agents." I was like, "That's definitely not an FBI agent because I never wore a skirt as an FBI agent. That was 100% not an FBI agent." I assumed they were U.S. attorneys because you have to remember if someone is found, right, and if this case is prosecuted, they need to have an understanding of the case. And I believe in Idaho, they walked the house as well with the three.
Yes, they still have Annie's car, and they still have the Lexus, not the Lexus, but the Range Rover. So we got what appears to be a man with a walkie-talkie. We have no forced entry. We don't have any of the cameras timestamps. We don't have any video from the other cameras. We've been lied to about the timeline. Something strange is going on in this case. Okay. Sheriff no knows, Nan knows. He needs to do some explaining. You know, I think the reason he's not doing any press conferences is because he would get caught up in tough questions, and he don't want to answer none of these tough questions.
3D modeling, that's actually not uncommon, and that's a good thing because you want them to have a look at the crime scene before it's sent back to the family so that they can properly prosecute the case. So I didn't think it was necessarily a bad thing. I just knew it wasn't FBI agents.
So it's not necessarily a positive sign that they're about to prosecute someone or
I
something.
don't think so. I think it's just a sign that it's been almost a month now. We have removed all physical evidence that we can from this home. We have thoroughly processed it. And I said this house needed 3 to 4 weeks to be processed, which is pretty much what they're doing. It's not, I don't want to say of use, that sounds very harsh, but it's not needed for evidence purposes anymore. They have gotten all of the physical evidence that they need to from that home. And so the attorneys want to see it one more time prior to it being released. That's really all.
Makes sense. So you think it's okay that they're releasing the house now? I mean, they did actually last night, I think, officially.
Yeah. I don't know that they have a choice, if that makes any sense. I mean, I think that you can't hold on. Listen, the FBI can hold on to a crime scene for 6 months if that's what they need to do. But in this case, it sounds like they've been in and out quite a bit. We've seen the awesome drone footage that you've had. We've seen people coming in and out. I would imagine that by this point, any biological or not digital evidence would have been acquired from the home. So I don't necessarily see a problem with it.
Something else I wanted to ask you about. So I reported a couple weeks ago that there had been polygraphs used in the case, and I'm pretty sure it was the FBI. The sheriff kind of responded and said, "Oh, the polygraphs that people are seeing are new hires at the sheriff's office, but the polygraphs that I was talking about weren't from that day. They were from a different time, and I think it was the FBI, not the sheriff's office, who was administering them." But I saw on your Instagram, you actually have kind of an interesting story with the polygraph. Was it when you were in the CIA that you had to take the polygraph, or?
So I had to take for both because of the kinds of cases that I worked at FBI at the time. I took something called the lifestyle polygraph, which is definitely not what they're giving these individuals. There's no way that that's what they're giving.
I still don't think they should have tore down the Idaho 4 house. You know, I think, I guess it didn't matter because he took a deal and he pled guilty, so he's guilty. I mean, so I guess it didn't matter if they tore down the house or not. But if he hadn't have pled guilty, I think they should have left the house standing, to be honest. My opinion on the Idaho 4 house.
Yeah.
Those are 8-hour-long polygraphs looking at like deviations of your life and deviant life behaviors and those kinds of things. I don't think that that's what they're giving these individuals. I think they're giving them a very quick poly. So we're talking 30 to 60 minutes is my guess, to eliminate people. I don't want to say completely eliminate them, but to help sort of thin this lead herd that they have of this overwhelming amount of leads and individuals to decide whether, someone just right off the top, if they're telling the truth and answering these basic questions, then maybe that's someone that, in terms of triage, we don't have to clear them, but we don't have to put them at the top of our list right now.
Right.
And so I think that's what they're probably using them for. It's not, you can't use them in court, right? It's not an admission of guilt or innocence. So I think that's what they're doing with them.
And I guess if someone said, I don't want to take it, that's kind of a bad sign too, of like maybe, why would someone, right?
I think people are mixed, right? Like on that. First of all, it's scary. A polygraph is not a fun experience, right? You're hooked up to things, you're sitting in this chair. It is scary. And I also think a lot of times we see on TV all those kinds of things that, there could be used against you and all. And so I think some people are not wanting to take them because they're simply just scared of them, right? That's like one subset of the population. But yes, other individuals who are refusing to take them, it obviously could be for reasons that they want to hide their involvement.
So you had to do an 8-hour one?
Yes.
8-hour polygraph.
2, and then 3 times.
Just to qualify to work on certain cases, or?
No, so at CIA to have a top secret and then SCI, which is sensitive compartmented information, you have to take what's called the lifestyle polygraph. And so, yes, the first one came back as a failure or inconclusive. So I had to come back the next day.
Oh, no.
Damn, she failed the polygraph.
Yes, and which I passed.
And what did they ask you?
That just shows you that they're not 100% accurate. She failed it one day and passed it the next. That just shows you right there that you really can't use a lie detector tests. There's no way really to tell if somebody's lying.
Questions on there were, they run the gamut of sexual preferences and orientation. Not that it's bad, they just want you to be out. And they ask you about drug usage. That was the question that I had trouble.
I bet she smoked some of that sticky icky. Look at her laughing. She's like, yeah, I ate some gummies. You know what I'm saying? She failed on the drug question. Good Lord. This is CIA?
Because I've actually never done drugs in my life, and the polygrapher had a hard time believing that. And so the problem is when someone's calling you a liar and you're not lying, your blood pressure starts to go up and you start to get frustrated. Right. And that's what was reading as inconclusive.
Yeah, we can tell by that.
Wow. What if you had done drugs? Like, are you allowed to say it?
Yeah.
Somebody said, I think she's still high. That's too funny. You guys are drunk. She was sipping on gin and juice, listening to Snoop Dogg. Don't be lying, girl. We ain't going to judge you. Everybody grew up at one point. Everybody was in high school behind the bleachers at one point.
Yes, but it has to be within a certain amount of months, right? So, you just can't have done that yesterday. Obviously, they have certain month usage going back. Marijuana would be fine in terms of month usage going back. I think you might have some other issues with more illicit drugs.
You must have been I would have been freaking out when I found out I had to come back the next day.
I actually said
I'd be even more nervous.
I'm done.
They should have gave you a lie detector test at News Nation. Okay. And I hooked your ass right on up.
I actually said I'm not doing this. I'm quitting. I'm not doing this. And my recruiter actually called me and was like, no, you really should go back. And so I went back and I actually fell asleep in the chair because I didn't sleep the whole night.
Steph Rogers.
And that's when they decided that I was telling the truth because I wasn't
Why didn't you sleep all night? What was you on that kept you up all night? That's questionable to me. You didn't sleep? You didn't need no sleep at all. You trying to get a job with FBI. You went in there tired as can be. Right? Fell asleep in the chair. Who does that sound like? Don't that sound like Seth Rogers?
Yeah.
Wow, that's so interesting. Yeah, I think people are just kind of fascinated by polygraphs. Like, I don't know, to be hooked
They
up.
suck.
You know, it sounds like, yeah.
They really suck, for lack of a better word.
So back to the case. I mean, what is your gut? I keep wondering, like, I guess it could be like with Koberger, you know, I think it was 48 days and I
Yeah.
was just sitting there and I got a text like they think they got him in Pennsylvania and suddenly everything changed, you know? I mean, I guess that could happen at any moment.
That's how I think this case will go as well. As one of those kinds of things that's going to happen at any moment. I don't know. Um, because police are going to treat it, and you've done such a great job of like hiding the locations of the SWAT raids and those kinds of things. And police are going to treat this very similarly, because as of now,
But
they're just
here's the thing: they were swatting people every 2 days, right? Every couple of days, the SWAT team was going out. Why is the SWAT team not going out now? And why haven't they returned those vehicles? I think they have it. They got their who they think done it is the reason they haven't been raiding anything else. Have you heard about SWAT or anything? SWAT ain't even moving. So I think they're trying to build a case against whoever they believe it is. That's how come all these tips are coming in, but we're not seeing SWAT. Because at first SWAT was busting everybody. They were just running up on everybody they could. But now they're not. So I think in their mind, they thinking, okay, we think it's this people. Now we need to figure out how to prove it's these people. Because they don't seem to be following up on any of the leads at all. They didn't care about raiding and kicking in people's doors before. Why all of a sudden they care? It don't make sense. It's just one of those things that don't make sense. And they know so much more than they're telling us. So much more.
treating it that Nancy Guthrie is still alive, right? In a hostage kind of situation, unless that's changed. And so, I mean, you will see a very sudden movement of law enforcement behavior. This isn't going to be something that's going to take, pan out their days.
I just keep wondering, is it going to be one of those cases where it's like everything goes dead and then like 4 years from now, suddenly it's like there's been a break in the,
I mean, that very well could be the case. I just hope not, because it's so sad, for the family.
Well, what did Nuno say? He said it could be weeks, it could be months, it could be years. That didn't sound too confident from a leader, that's supposed to be solving this case. Oh, it could be years. Don't get in a rush. It could be years. Okay, JR is gonna be sitting out there with a beard and be like, and a cane before this is over.
Are you surprised that it's? I guess when I'm outside Nancy's house, I just think like. I look at the front of the house and I envision like if she came out I just can't believe that happened there. And with all the resources of the FBI and with President Trump even talking about it, and there's this obvious pressure on them to do whatever it takes to solve, that they still can't figure with all the technology, I guess I'm still just kind of surprised that we're here in this spot.
Yeah, but if you think about it, okay, in this case, he had an 8 or a 9 hour head start, right? And even in Koberger's case too, he also had, when did they report his time? 11 a.m. So a 7-8 hour head start. And so I think it's that head start that I think is really problematic, because this person had such a head start. And then also because this case initially wasn't necessarily even treated like a kidnapping, it was treated like, some kind of a burglary gone wrong. And so I think all those kinds of things add up as to why it's not solved. And yes, you would think in this day and age with technology, and that's why I know this person will be got at some point. There's no question. It just might not be.
Has anybody ever heard of Tiger Mexico 66 shoes? Okay. It says they have a flat sole, a pointed heel shape, and the classic tiger stripes on the side in the retro silhouette. They appear to be standard white leather variant with a contrast in stripes. Okay. Has anybody ever heard of that shoe? Just curious.
Today, that's the problem.
Do you think those ransom notes in the beginning sent to the local TV stations and TMZ could end up just being unrelated?
Yeah, because my buddy, I play video games with him a lot, and he's like, I don't know, he's kind of OCD. You know what I'm saying? And he's telling me, he's like, man, I'm positive these are the type of shoes that he's wearing. Okay. He's like, I'm positive. He's like, man, talk about the shoes, talk about the shoes. People are not paying the shoes no mind. And he's pretty certain that there he's in here. I just woke up and popped in here. Okay, so I was reading your email about the damn shoes. And I'll go over the shoes later. I'll get into the shoes later. But yeah, I read your message there, vaping.
Just some person trying to
think
get money?
I already think they are unrelated.
You do, yeah.
I think I do. And I think is a bummer too, because it's no
Okay,
longer.
so what we're talking about, if you're just tuning in, because I know there's a lot of you here, I just want to recap real quick. So, these images are emerging of what appears to be a walkie-talkie in his pocket. Everybody believes that is an antenna. Even this CIA lady believes it is an antenna to a walkie-talkie. And if that is the case, okay, and that is a walkie-talkie, it makes sense because we believe, so many people believe there's a second suspect, right? There's two people involved, and he had to have some communication because a lot of people don't believe he could have got Nancy Guthrie out the house by itself. So what is perceived is that he went into the house, radioed somebody, they pulled up in the driveway, and then they rushed Nancy into a vehicle. Now, some people are saying it may not be a walkie-talkie. It could be, let me give you a prime example. Did I save that picture? I've got people say, Dolly, I think it's a lock picking kit. Okay, like this one. And one of these things are hanging out of his pocket. Okay. Now, I don't know if that's what it is. Could it be this little plastic thing to a lock picking kit? Now, we do know this. There's no signs of a forced entry. Okay. There's no signs to a forced entry. How did he get into the house? Okay. What happened to the cameras that were in the house? Why is there no timestamps on the camera? Why ain't we getting video from the garage, from the mother-in-law suite, the guest house in the back, the pool house, whatever you want to call it? Why, if he kicked in the door and there was forced entry, why didn't we see anybody out there fixing any of the doors? All we seen out there was locksmiths. Like they were changing the locks. Why were they changing the lock? If that means that the person must have had a key if they're changing the locks. Okay. So to me, that don't make any damn sense. That would mean this dude was in communication with somebody. He had a key or the door was unlocked. Listen, guys, we got almost 2,000 people in the room and we only got 885 likes. Do me a favor real fast, since there's so many of you here. I want you to like the video. Don't cheat. I'm watching you. And shout out in the chat room where you're watching from. Okay. Unlocked window. Could be an unlocked window. Did Nancy leave the back door open? Did she feel comfortable? Because she lived there 50 years, maybe thinking, hey, nothing's going to happen. And also, guys, if you haven't, please sub up the channel, ring the bell for notifications. We're trying to, get to reach that 100,000 here one day. We're at like 96, almost 97,000 people. So please take a second, like the video, sub up to the channel if you would. And, we see a lot of this media leaving. Dolly's not going to stop covering the case, so I done been out there twice. So I hate to have to go back out there again, but somebody needs to be out there looking for this woman. I mean, it's just the truth. Connecticut, we see a lot of Connecticut here. North Dakota, thank you guys for being here. My mom always dropped her house key when she would go mailbox. Yeah, I mean, did she have a key hidden outside? Was it underneath a rock? Was it underneath the floor mat? There's a lot of people that are really mad about that mat at the front door not being taken. right? That the FBI didn't take the mat, the police didn't take the mat. I don't, you know, could their mat had evidence? Maybe, but then now, of course, that crime scene's been contaminated. They should have, in my belief, is they should have taped that off and not let one soul step up there but the investigators. You know, they got cops walking around, they got DoorDash, they got Uber Eats, Pizza fucking Man. Everybody was up at that house. So now it's a little too late. And they should have never gave that house back. Like 3 or 4 days in, they're like, oh, here's the house back. We're done with it. They should have never did that. And then when the FBI comes in, they got to take the house back. Then they finally decided, okay, we're going to keep people away from it. But that's a little late. I just believe that Sheriff Nanu's dropped the ball. And then, yes, that's what I'm hearing. That the sneaker is I don't know how you say that, but the Tiger 66, a Mexican shoe. And we'll get into that in just a little bit. But, you know, we definitely know the person in the photo is Latino. Okay. We definitely know that. He could be somewhere else from South America, but he definitely looks Latino to me. You know, that's just, you know, when I first said gave my FBI profile of him, and this is live before the FBI put up that tent, because I was there when they put up the tent. I said he is 5'9". He's a couple inches taller than me, and I'm 5'7". I said he's a little tiny bit bigger than me, not much. So I think he's roughly about 200 pounds. And he's definitely Latino, right? So come to find out, the FBI gets out there, puts up a tent. They use machines. They come out and say he's 5'9" and 200 pounds. They could have just walked across the street and asked me, and I told them, right? It's on my live. Y'all can go back and look. That I profiled him to the T. I believe he lives within 10 miles. He lives with a family member. He may have a habit. Okay. I don't think he's familiar with this area. He hikes that area. He walks that area. He's been in that area a bunch of times. Criminals that do crimes like this, they commit crimes where they feel the most comfortable. Okay. In areas they're familiar with. Just in case you got to run, you know where to run, you know where the trails are, you know how to get away. You don't go to an area you're not familiar with and start breaking the law, because then you don't know how to escape. Okay, so I'm telling you, that profile, he's 30 years old, 30 to 35 years old, and he lives with a family member or his mother. That's just what I'm going with. So when this is all said and done, y'all can come back and be like, Dolly, you need to work for the damn FBI. CIA.
One's fault. They had to treat that until they could not as real. And so that then added an additional 10 days, right? Of now going through these ransom notes. So
yes, he's definitely,
everything's just been sort of stacked against them, I guess.
I've heard a couple different things. Burglary gone wrong. Some people think, I've heard like people think that it was a Savannah Guthrie stalker. I mean, do you have a feeling?
Yes. I definitely don't think that this is a burglary gone wrong. Because even to your point, like, you can't believe that this is this house on this street. Like, there are so many other houses to pick from. And also in a burglary, we don't tend to see them taking a victim with them. That just tends to not be the case because it bogs them down, quite frankly. I do think that this is someone that was either upset with something Savannah Guthrie had done or had some obsession with her. And that's why they targeted this family, which I was being cautious to say that because I never want her to think it's her fault. It's not her fault that this person did something like this, but that's just how I feel.
That's what your gut tells you.
Mm-hmm. It's just too targeted, Brian.
This lady is smart. I mean, she thinks just like me. Okay. I think we think the same. Like, the whole thing is, I'm thinking exactly like this. The question is, are they going to be able to solve it? Are the FBI smart enough to solve it? I know that the damn Pima County Sheriff's Department ain't smart enough to solve it. I know that. But are the FBI? I usually have confidence in FBI. I think our FBI is good. They know so much. Like when they came here for me, they knew everything about me. Right. So I believe our FBI is good. And if anybody's going to solve it, it's going to be the FBI. I just don't think nanos could solve anything. Okay. If somebody stole a bike, I wouldn't have confidence that he was getting the bike back. He'd be like, it could take us a week to get the bike back. It could take us a month to get the bike. It could be years before we find this bike.
You've been there. You've been there for such a long time. Like, this is not a house that you just come upon and decide to rob. It's
Investigation.
just
Yes.
not that.
Well, thank you for your time, Tracy, as always.
Thanks, Brian. I appreciate it.
I really appreciate Tracy for taking the time.
Okay, I just want to recap a little bit of what we've been talking about. Okay, of course, the image right here of what is hanging out of his pocket, most people believe that is a CB antenna, and just other things. There's no signs of forced entry. We had locksmiths out there changing the locks. So does that mean the person had a key? That's like somebody said, what if he came through a window? Well, why would they change the locks? Why would they go through that to change the lock? Or is they just doing that out of precaution? Right? But he didn't break into the house. There's no signs breaking. There was no fingerprint dust on any of the windows for somebody that said something about the windows. Think about that. There didn't even look like there was fingerprint dust on the door because they knew he was wearing those gloves. So why bother to fingerprint it? Right? So maybe it's possible that somebody could have came through the window. It is the desert. Maybe, on a breezy night, Nancy may have had the window cracked, and he would looked around and said, hey man, there's a window that's cracked and let me climb through it. Them shoes, I don't know if them shoes are women's shoes or not. I'm not really familiar with those shoes. Okay. But apparently people are believing that's the type of shoes they are, that they're the Tiger 66 Mexico shoes. And we know, we're pretty confident the person's Latino anyway. Now, I don't know how many Latinos wear those types of shoes. Usually they wear the same type of shoes we wear, Nikes, Adidas, Chuck Taylors, especially when they crip walking, they're usually in their Chucks, right? But that's one thing people really haven't focused a lot on that I've heard is focused, so much on the jacket, Walmart, the mask, Walmart, the holster, Walmart, book bag, Walmart, pants. We don't know where the pants came from or exactly the shoes. But if they're these Tiger 66s, maybe that is what they should be looking for. Somebody strolling around within a 10-mile radius of these shoes. Now, I don't think there's, we've seen people out there looking at people with book bags on. Why not look for these certain type of shoes? Because to me, they look like Bobos. Okay. You know what Bobos are? Like some no-name shoes, right? Everyday Walmart shopper. He's definitely an everyday Walmart shopper. And in that area, there's a few Walmarts. I went to the Walmart, and the only bad thing is it's like there's a lot of Latinos in Tucson. Okay, I would say a good majority of the population there is Latino. We're 60 miles from the border. That's the majority of the people. So if that's a shoe that a majority of these people wear, which I don't know, I'm just guessing on that, right? If they wear these Tiger 66s, that may not be a big clue. But if they're the only person around that wears them and they're odd shoes, then they're men's sneakers, Dolly. Kill Bill. Okay, Kill Bill, they wearing them shoes in Kill Bill? That's crazy because you notice I just added the picture in my intro of Kill Bill with me and the cosplay girl that was dressed like Kill Bill. Okay. Are they common though? For people that understand these Tiger 66s, are they a very common shoe? Now, honestly, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. I've never had a pair of them. I'm more of a Nike Air Max Jordans. I got some Jordans. I usually wear skater shoes, like Vans and stuff like that. Rio Rico isn't in Mexico either. Okay. I really try not to say anything that is not factual, but the person that said that I feel was a legitimate source. I hear the card was there 2 days prior. Which would they put it on then when they know she's kidnapped? Nike SBs. Yeah, I wear a lot of SBs, yeah, the card on the door, basically adult protection had left a card. Now, I don't know exactly when that card got there. From my understanding, it got there after Nancy went missing. But why would they put it on the door after Nancy? Is that why they got called, because she was missing? And maybe they were hoping a family member would reach out to, these services. 43 to 44% of Latino Hispanics in Tucson, way less than you think. Of the whole population, half the population is Latino. That's a pretty big damn population, because you still got white people, you got black people, you got Asian people, you got all kinds of other people. So to have 43 to 44% of Hispanic or Latino, that's a big population of Hispanic Latino people. I mean, you can just tell by driving down the street. You know what I'm saying? Everywhere you go, there's a bunch of Latino people. Go to Walmart, the whole damn thing is Latino people. So, I mean, I just know from driving around, I don't have the statistics in front of me, right? I just looked around and said, damn, I see a lot of Hispanic people. So, oh, you said most. I was just giving you stats. It's a lot. Okay, it's a lot. Half the population Hispanic. That's a lot. Okay, that ain't a little bit. That ain't like you see a Hispanic person here and there. I'm saying you're seeing Hispanic people all the time. So I mean, where I live at, the population's not that. I mean, we do have a big community now where I live. There's they've opened some stores and they got a whole little neighborhood, and they've kind of took over the trailer park where I'm at. And so I see a lot, but it ain't really, as a whole, it's not like, I would say maybe, if lucky, 5 to 8% of the population. So when you see go from 5 to 8% of the population to 44% of the population, that is a lot. That is a lot.
The talk with me. Again, it's not very many people out there who are FBI agents and CIA officers. So that was, so she's always really, really helpful. I want to go through some of your questions that you sent me and just kind of rattle through a few. Could Nancy have been deceased before removal? Yes, she could have. And Tracy actually mentioned in that episode, one theory of why the backpack was so full is because it could have been tarps to actually move a body. And
that's the same thing I said. That's the exact same thing I said. I said, when that blood expert said it was from a bloody nose, how do we know that? How do we know it wasn't, he didn't have her wrapped up in a tarp and he was carrying her out and blood is dripping out the tarp? We don't know. We just know it's blood drips, right? He was like, oh, this is from an upright nosebleed. Like, how can you tell that? Okay. How can you tell that? I mean, I know he says he's a blood expert and all this, but you can't tell that. That's just an educated guess, right? And you may be right that it's a nosebleed, but you just never know. It could be from her finger. It could be from her damn, like I said, a tarp wrapped up and it's dripping off the edge of the tarp onto the ground. So, especially if there's blood in the house, and we don't really know what's in the house because they're not really telling us.
I hate to talk like that, and it's sad to think about, but that is definitely a real possibility. So she could have been deceased before removal, and of course there was the blood that we saw outside leading from the front door to the driveway. So it's definitely a possibility.
See what I mean? Because you got to remember, the driveway is not all dirt; it's gravel too. Okay, so if she was bleeding, she would have bled on the rocks in the gravel. So we know a vehicle pulled up there because there's no blood trail. The blood trail ends at the door. So we got a blood trail that ends. We got a man with a walkie-talkie. We got cameras with no timestamp, no footage. We got them changing the locks on the house like this man had a key. Who's he talking to, and how the hell did he get in the house? That's my biggest questions today is and of course, can we find those shoes? Can we find those shoes? I think that's important, crazy. Let me look these shoes.
Any word on Andy and Tommaso? Did they ever get their car back, and have they returned home? They have not got their car back, from what I am told. It is still in evidence, at least as of yesterday. In terms of whether they returned home, I don't think so at this point, from what I can tell. They did install some new security cameras on their home, but I don't think that they are back staying there again, from what I can tell. Was Nancy Guthrie or any of her family members involved in any illegal proceedings?
Okay, so these are what the shoes would be. Okay. Right here. Tiger 6.6s. They're $100 shoes. Damn, these are in navy blue. I don't know what color allegedly his shoes were, but these would be the Tiger 6.6s. At Virginia, we're not me, no proof. It is an inside job. I thought that from the very beginning, and then I started thinking it was random, especially when they cleared everybody. But then I just started thinking this morning, I was like, well, who's he talking to on the walkie-talkie? How did he get in the house? How come they're changing the locks, but they're not fixing the doors? Did Nancy let him in? Did he knock? Because there's no forced entry. The police wouldn't even tell us there's forced entry. What's the big secret about if somebody broke in or they walked in? Why is that going to be secret? So why is it so secretive? Because this person, I think, walked into this house. I don't think this person broke into this house. This is insane. Okay, these are the shoes. They're $99. If you in Tucson, I wouldn't buy a pair because you were suspect. They look comfortable, believe it or not. Now, I'm going to have to go back and examine that photo. No, they're definitely not Walmart shoes. Okay. These are $100 a pop. You can get you a pair of Nike Air Maxes for that. That's what people are saying. It's this back that gives the shoe away. That pointed back, that rounded back like that. They're made by Asics. Okay, what is this? An off-brand of Asics? All right, I just want to run that past you. So we're looking for a Latino gentleman, 5'9", 200 pounds, with a mustache. Well, he could have shaved that by now. Let's think about this, guys. If you was wanted by the police and they got a picture of your face with a mask and you can see your mustache and your eyebrows. So he could be walking around. We need to find a Latino dude with no eyebrows and no mustache, because I would shave that. Like, just say I was a criminal and you got me on camera and you can see my beard. The first thing I'm going to do is get rid of the beard. Okay. I'm going to be clean shaven, shave my mustache, and you can look and go, well, it can't be him. He's clean shaven. You're going to still be looking for that beard and that mustache. But if you're an assailant, you're going to get rid of that as quick as you humanly can. I mean, that's going to be the first thing to go, is that beard. So if he's out there now, I guarantee you he don't have that mustache. He don't have that little soul patch like right here under his lip either, because that's kind of what's giving him away is that soul patch. You see it good, and you see how dark his, and it was dark. I mean, I know that the night vision light does a little bit to it, but it was very dark. So he has really, really dark hair to what I appear, you know, and his mustache is, it looks like it has spots in it. Like it's not filled in good. Like it's cut really short and it's like kind of chopped up. I don't know the word I'm looking for. It's his mustache don't look well manicured. His eyebrows do, but his mustache don't. It looks kind of stringy and real thin. Blood don't end at the door. Fox reported found blood on the walkway. Yes, that's what I'm saying. The blood goes to the driveway. It ends at the driveway. Okay, when you come out the door, there's blood there. It goes down the little bricks. And as soon as it hits that gravel that's right there behind his shoulder, but up by the door, that's where it stops. Did he have a scar on his lip? Some people say he did. Some people say he does have a scar on his lip. He definitely has a tattoo on his wrist. Okay, there's a tattoo right here on the man's wrist. Some people believe it's a cross. Some people think it's a dagger, right? Well, you know, it would be his right hand, right where my tattoos are. But his go down here, almost to his hand. Some people believe it's the Texas map, okay? Shaved after that. I agree. He's shaved. So right now we're looking for somebody that don't have that. If you turn on every news channel and they're showing your mustache and your eyebrows, you're going to change that up unless you're just a dumbass, right? But if you were looking for a man with a beard and I did it, I'm shaving the beard off. Or if I was clean shaved, I'm growing a beard. Okay, so I don't look like the person you're looking for. I mean, any criminal with any kind of sense, unless he's, you know what I'm saying? He's going to do that. And the crime, if he hadn't got caught on video, he would have committed the perfect crime. I mean, the perfect crime. The only thing that got him was that damn video. And it still didn't really do that good of a job. And he knew that camera was there. You see how he walked up with his head down? He knew it was feminine. So he knew that camera was there. And why, if you're going to go out the back, right, or you're going to go in the back, why did he mess with the camera at all? Because he needed to take her out the front, because he didn't leave out the back with her, because then he would have had to climb that wall, get through those trees, and it would have took him into the back of the neighbor's house. Too many uncertainties. So, and plus the blood trail is in the front of the house, so we know he went out the front. So we got a concept of what the shoes may be. We know he may have a walkie-talkie because he probably bought that shit at Walmart. It's probably one of those Ozark walkie-talkies, because they sell walkie-talkies too. Like the Ozark, everything else is Walmart. What makes us think he didn't get the walkie-talkies from Walmart? You know, and maybe these are recent. Like, I don't know if they could go into Walmart, the local Walmart, and see how many people have bought walkie-talkies. Because let's be honest, I don't know. There's a lot of hiking out there. So maybe they do sell a lot of walkie-talkies out there, people communicating in the mountains. Because believe it or not, those new walkie-talkies, they got pretty good range. Like I said, me and PJ used them. I walk way out into the woods and she can hear me. So I would say they got almost in clear, I would say almost a mile with not a whole bunch of stuff in between you. But when you get deep into the woods, I would say less than a half mile. You can't get too far. Or it starts breaking up.
Any legal proceedings that someone would want Nancy Guthrie to disappear or send a message to the Guthrie family. Not that I know of. I mean, we've been to the courthouse. We've looked into a lot of that stuff just to see what's out there. We haven't been able to find anything like that. What about the 911 call about the caller who said a woman was trying to escape from a moving vehicle and yelled?
Dolly brought y'all that early on, right? She was on Oracle. And the funny thing is, when I was there, I stayed on Oracle because there's hotels on Oracle. and there's a lot of stores. Matter of fact, the Walmart is off of Oracle. Oracle is like the main drag right there in Catalina Foothills. So it's a pretty long road. I would say it could be within 3 miles, but you could ride down Oracle for another 5 miles. So I don't know what point this vehicle was seen, but there was a blue Chevy, and people believe it was a Malibu, with a woman hanging out the window, dressed in black, screaming with the door open while the car was driving. Not only that, but the car didn't have any tags. Now, the crazy thing, though, is at 2 o'clock, when that camera picked up the person, this is the time that car was seen. Now, did somebody take her in the car and somebody go back in the house? Because if that's the case, it couldn't have been Nancy, right? Because she would have still been at the house when this 911 call came in. So that's where it gets a little, unless the time frame is wrong, then this all can be connected.
For help 3 miles away that morning, 30 minutes after her pacemaker disconnected. Seems like a major ball was dropped if that was Nancy yelling for help. So I have sources, just to back up for a minute,
it's only like 5 minutes away. It wouldn't take you 30 minutes to get there. Okay.
Some scanner audio where there was a car reported with a woman yelling for help after Nancy went missing. I have sources who have told me that car was pulled over. There was a bolo that went out for that car, and they talked to the driver, and it has nothing to do with the Nancy Guthrie investigation.
I haven't heard that. But
a lot of you have asked me about that. What about the 911 call about the caller who said a woman was trying to escape? Oh, no, that's the same one. Sorry. What are the sentiments on the blocking of the camera with a handful of flowers as a possible reason to obscure Nancy Guthrie being taken out the front door at that point by another individual? And what about the back door that was left open? Why the confusion? So I've never reported that the back door was left open. I've seen some others report that. I haven't had that personally confirmed. And in terms of putting the grass over the front camera, it's kind of one of the things that makes this guy look like an amateur, from what I'm told. Why you wouldn't just pull the camera right away?
Okay, you can't just pull the camera. Now, here's where I do got you beat there, Brian. And I worked as an electrician for years. Okay, I installed plenty of cameras. What you do is you screw the mount into the wall, and the camera slides down onto the mount. Okay, and then there's an Allen screw in the back of it, and you screw it down. Okay, so he had to lift it up hard enough that the screw stripped and it came off. Okay, so I installed Nest cameras, Ring doorbell cameras, hardwired cameras, exterior lights, your damn AC units, your chandeliers, your ceiling fans. I hooked up so much of that stuff every day. That's what I did for, like 7-8 years. So, and then the last couple years, in the beginning of working in electrical, I didn't do a lot of cameras. Believe it or not, there wasn't many houses that we did that had a lot of security cameras on them. And then, but the last couple years, man, it's like they blew up. They got cheaper. They were putting them on everything. So, I mean, I installed so many cameras in the last 2 years of me working electrical. I know I did at least 2 to 3 cameras a day, every day. 6 days a week, because I work Monday through Saturday. We usually didn't work Sundays unless I wanted to make some extra money. But 6 days a week, I installed at least 3 cameras a day. Okay. So, and I mean different brands of camera too. But I mean, they all pretty much are similar in how they hook up. The wiring itself is exactly the same, but how they mount is the difference. Certain cameras mount certain ways, and they're constantly changing the cameras. But some of them have you'll take out where a light box is. Okay. It'll be a metal box, and they'll have a plastic cover. It'll be a metal box, and it'll bolt onto that metal box. And then, say if it's a motion detector light that has a camera, you'll bolt them on just like you would a regular motion light. They wire up all the same. The only difference is it has the camera on it. and it'll have you can take them off. I mean, they're easy to break off. It ain't nothing that's like you can't get rid of, right? I haven't hooked up one camera that you couldn't rip off a house. If you really wanted to get it down, you could get it down. Now, the better ones are the ones that are like mounted to the soffit of your house. You know what soffit is, right? Where the roof is. They're up high, so you can't reach them. You need a ladder to get to them. I think those are the best cameras because most criminals ain't going to be able to get, unless they go in your backyard, get the ladder, bring it out there and rip the camera down, right? That usually ain't going to happen. So them are usually the best cameras to put on your house that, you know, hook to a motion light, because that's what mine is. Mine is like a motion light camera on my house. So not only when you come up, the lights turn on, but it starts filming you. And I ain't going to tell people where it is on my house, but you put them high so people can't reach them. You don't want people coming up there snatching the damn camera off the house. Then what good is the camera? Because they're just going to block their face and snatch the camera off. You know, and some of the cameras, like this is a prime example. My neighbor's camera has a alarm kind of thing hooked to it. So when you walk near it, because he had it set wrong. So believe it or not, like when I walked out my front door, it was picking me up and I could hear it go, ding in the middle of the night, right? Because I go outside a lot at night, and because I'll go to the store at like 3:00 in the morning, and every time I walked out in my front yard, I kept hearing this noise, and I was like, "What the hell is that noise?" But what it was is my neighbor. He used to have a certain security system on the house, and then he changed it. And when he did, he didn't tilt the camera down enough, so it was pointed at my house. So, which is weird, but I know he's a cool guy. He don't watch me or nothing. He fixed it now, because now when I go outside, I don't hear it. But if you get near his house, it puts off like a doorbell sound, like a ding. And then, of course, my other neighbor, their shit is loud. Like I can hear it in my house. Like when somebody goes up to their door, and they live across the street, and it makes this chime noise, like a like a money sign, but like something like that. It's like a ding, like if a real loud doorbell. And I can hear it at night. If somebody like goes up to their house or DoorDash or anything like that, it's loud. Like they know you're there, right? So my stuff don't do that. It don't make noise like that. But my two neighbors, both of their cameras, his is not that loud. Like it's a quiet noise. But the other neighbor, oh my God, his is super loud.
One of the reasons I'm told that it's likely not like someone in the cartel, because they would just pull the camera. They know to do that. A professional burglar would know to do that. So trying to cover it with grass at first, I'm told, you know, is a sign that this was someone who's not a professional. But at the same time, I kind of hate saying that over and over again, that he's not a professional or, you know, is an amateur, because I mean,
somebody put tomato paste has gambling debt. Okay, tomato paste. That's the first time I heard anybody throw the paste in there. Could it be something like that? And somebody took it out on his family. I mean, we don't know. Something has caused this. And my biggest question right now is, how did they get into this house without forced entry if nobody's involved?
Outsmarted everyone now until now, and it's day 28. So I don't know, maybe not so much of an amateur. Is this a cold case now? Will we ever get answers? Where does it go from here? I do not consider it a cold case. I mean, I know it feels like forever, and 28 days feels like forever for those of us who are invested in the case, but a lot of other big cases.
Rock, my baby, 12. I'm glad you said that. The family does have a private investigator. When I was out there, a man pulled up in the truck, and you see these no trespassing signs that are in the yard right behind Enton's right shoulder. There's a no trespassing sign. There's also one in the middle of the yard, and there's also one by the other driveway. A dude pulled up in a truck, and he got out, and at first I thought it was Cameron, because he kind of looked like Cameron, and I thought it was Savannah's husband. No, her brother, I mean. And he got out, he took the trucks up there. You know, media's running up there taking pictures. Everybody's scrambling to see who the guy is. And when he pulled out, I was standing right at his window of his truck. And somebody asked him, said, "Hey man, who are you?" And he goes, I'm a private investigator. And I'm just here to drop off these signs for the family. Okay. And then, I got up there on my live and I was like, well, the Guthries have a private investigator. And people were like, no, you're lying. I was like, would I lie? Like, what reason do I have to come up here and make up something? I don't. I want the lady found. Why would I purposely just come up and lie to people? He is the man that dropped them signs off. Now, then it came out that they didn't pay a private investigator. Okay. Well, you got a private investigator. I don't know if you paid him, if you didn't pay him, if you paid him in Legos or if you paid him in chicken nuggets. I don't know. He was a private investigator and he was sent there by the family to drop them signs off. Is he a friend of the families? Yes. But when he described who he was, he said, I am a private investigator. And so why would they have a private investigator go drop the signs off unless they have a private investigator? So the family definitely has a private investigator. I don't know what they're paying him, if he did it for free, if it's pro bono or what. Or they got a private investigator as one of their friends. But there's definitely a private investigator lurking around those premises. That's for sure. So is he helping with the case? Is he helping trying to figure it out? Or is he just, a friend and dropping off the signs? Maybe he's just a private investigator friend that was like, oh yeah, I'll take the signs over there. Yeah, they're paying him in Bitcoin. I don't know. I don't know if they were paying him in Bitcoin. Oh my Lord, that would be a little weird. Be like, listen, you don't get paid until we get paid. This is one of those type jobs, right? When we get paid, you get paid type situation. So yeah, there is definitely a private investigator involved. I don't know what level involvement he has. Is he just, a friend dropping off signs, or is he somebody actually investigating? But he described himself. I mean, I was standing 1 foot from the man while he was pulling out in his truck, and he looked right out and said, I'm a private investigator. I mean, I heard him clear as day. Like, there was no mistaking what he said. Tommaso source wants to have a private investigator. Tomato sauce won't have a private investigator. He said he was a private investigator and he was sent there by the family to drop off those signs. I can just tell you what he said. Now he could be lying. He could be a damn a cheating investigator. He could be not an investigator. Maybe he's some random dude and he just said that. But that's what he said. I can only tell you what the man said. Dolly, y'all put on oh, please don't be talking like that in my chat. Okay, we're gonna delete that comment. Please watch what you say, we're all adults here. I think if you're gonna say something like that, like word it a little bit better or something, like good Lord. Like we're talking about a missing 84-year-old woman. You're talking some pretty sexual stuff. You know what I'm saying? You just as bad as the stripper that was out there taking pictures and doing the booty dance. I don't know. It's already bizarre enough. It was turning into a circus there for a little bit, and then it turned straight into a freak show the other day. I don't know. Like, and the girl that was out there, I think she's trying to start a true crime channel in her Daisy Dukes with her butt hanging out. How many of you guys seen that? Press 1 in the chat if you've seen that girl's. It was a full moon that day. It was a full moon out, and that was bizarre. The dude had the spider web tattooed on his head and stuff. Like, y'all seen that, right? Booty Short says she was starting a true crime channel. Y'all seen that? Press 1. I just want to make sure y'all seen the same thing I seen. I wasn't tripping on nothing, because that was a little bizarre. I thought that crime scene karaoke was weird, but then when we got to the damn booty shorts and the dude with the spider tattoo on his head and dressed in all black leather like Cenobites from the movie Hellraiser, I was like, holy cow, Batman. Holy cow. That is the bizarrest thing I've seen in so long. It's like, what Did you take that chick home to your mother? Hell no. No, I don't think so. That's a little on the bizarre side. That was a little bit on the bizarre side. So let's see.
Imagine being able to build an app with
Let's click over into this. Let's take a little live look. If we can. Okay, yeah, we can. JLR has made it live to the premises. So let's take a little look at the house this morning. You know, it ain't many people out there anymore. He's kind of flying solo these days. Let's close this so we don't have to see that. We'll blow that up. Over here, make sure it's live. So quiet morning at the house, as y'all can see. She looked like a cheap stripper. So the questions are, was that a walkie-talkie in his pocket? Or was he just happy to see somebody, right? Walkie-talkie, the shoes, the Tiger 66 shoes, you know, is that, you know, are they common shoes? People said, you know, from Kill Bill and everything. And how did he get into the house? Dolly, did the freak show ever go back? No, they left, and then she got on Twitter. Oh, well, she has a following about 2,000 on Instagram and a little bit less on X. Look at that. Look at the streets. I've never seen them that empty. Okay, I don't know if that's whose tent that is. I think JLR gave his away. So I don't know whose tent that is this morning. Not a day. Most doors have codes, not keys. Well, that door has keys. I looked at both doors. You know, I droned over the back. I have that drone footage if you want to see it. And the front door has 4 locks on it. 2 deadbolts and 2 regular locks. So there's 4 locks to get through the front door. So, oh, that's News Nation's tent. News Nation was on the other side, unless they moved. So you clearly didn't get the point of the comment. You focus on what you have going on in your mind, sir, and only read it a quarter of the way. Okay. Well, I'm lucky I caught it all. You got to remember there's 1,600 people in the chat. Okay. So if I miss your comment, I apologize, but I don't see everything that's in the chat. I just scan the chat. My job is to sit here and tell you what I think, not read a novel while I'm trying to hold a conversation. It makes it a little hard. So please try to be understanding, people. I do the best I can, okay? I'm only one man. Let's hit that like. There you go. Stop bitching and hit the like button. How about that? JR showed it yesterday, said it was Brian's. JR was a white tent. Okay. Thank you, guys. You must have paid attention. You're A for doing your homework. So that's the old News Nation setup for. I think Brian Enton's out there by himself. I don't even think he has a camera crew, does he? Somebody got their damn turn signal on. The drones are still in the air.
There's a drone up, though.
There's a drone up. Ain't nobody here but a drone.
Everyone left.
Oh, he's in his car.
Everybody left.
Everybody gone. Look at that. Nobody out there.
Everybody left.
Look, there's no sheriff. There's no nothing.
Brown-eyed girl. Oh, look at the drone. Look.
Breaking news. A drone.
Brown-eyed girl says it should be up to the family if they want the media to leave or not. Once all the media is gone, then everyone will complain she's forgotten. Praying she's found safe and soon. Look at the drone. Dude, somebody's flying a drone, like literally, like I don't know if you can allow it to do it that close.
You can fly a drone.
Dude,
he landed on the roof. He landed that bitch on the roof.
See that?
Turn your blinker off, JR. Damn.
Is that legal? That's not.
Turn your blinker off. Drive me damn crazy. I got noise sensitivity.
I don't think that's allowed. Is it? Are you allowed to fly a drone that low? Somebody's down the street with a car.
Yes, you can fly a drone that low.
It was like drone.
You just can't fly it up into people's windows because then you're a peeping Tom.
Oh, okay.
But if you're above their house, you can do it. You can't fly it up into windows.
It's probably this person down the street. There's somebody parked all the way down the street here. Right there.
Yeah, they ain't giving Annie's car back.
Down there. They're probably the drone operator.
Yeah, that's where I'd be. Flying the drone from down the block. That's how I do it. I park a ways away from it.
Let's see. Let's go down here.
Turn your damn blinker off, dude. I'm about to fly to damn Arizona just to turn his blinker off. Hey, somebody say, man, go get his chat and say, Dolly said turn the damn blinker off. Okay, thank God. Lord, drive me crazy. Put your damn seatbelt on. What is he turning that now? You're on a straight road. Turn your damn blinker off. Good Lord. You're going to ride around with the blinker on the whole damn time. Oh, Lord. Turn around.
Because the drone's still up. So who's flying the drone?
Your blinker's flying it. Okay. What has he got a damn?
Who's flying the drone?
What's he got one of those big ass clocks? What do they call them clocks with the damn like Big Ben?
Here's what a whole home water filtration system costs, including installation. Tap below to check price.
Somebody says ticketed for what?
Okay, we gotta do away with them commercials.
If I got ticketed, we would just pay a ticket.
Yeah, JR ain't worried about another ticket. That dude's doing 500,000 views on every video.
You say no parking? Where's the drone flyer? I could park at the neighbor's house if I want to. I'm not sure if I even want to be out here at this point.
All right, let's move this over here. So that way we don't get commercials. Now we don't have any more commercials.
Really, I don't know if I want to do a live stream in front of the house if nobody else is there right now. You know?
Oh, I'm getting this feeling that JR is going to leave.
We can still bring awareness to the case in other ways. How long will I be in Tucson? Not sure. I do want to wait to see at least if something pops off on Monday. Oh, another thing is too, the searchers searched all in this like gully here.
I searched that too. I got the drone for
massive like hole here. And according to the maps, they did searches in here.
I got the drone footage right here.
Like on the next street over, there's like a ditch there, and it goes all the way down. It looks like some wash and basin, but there is some homes down in there. But I believe that they searched
right there. See
the map. really, really close.
There's a drone footage from it. Yeah, I searched all that.
Do we have any abandoned mines that we should go check out today?
Be careful, JR.
Dude, some people need to learn some boundaries. Some of the people I called, literally, like with a call in, keep calling my phone. Like, I don't think that's appropriate. You know, some of the call-ins that I've done,
you should have blocked your number.
Some people are calling back my phone. Like, I'm not trying to have a conversation. You know, people just call my phone.
Parasocial relationships, JR. Get used to it. It's part of YouTube. I don't think JR is like a super people person. But he seems like a pretty friendly guy. Seems a little awkward to me, though. But all in all, friendly.
They have info. They can email me info. Tips at jlrinvestigates@gmail.com.
You can email them, but you can't call them. Yeah, listen, you can send me your tip, but don't call that bitch in.
All right, this is going to be our last drive-by here for now. We can come back later. Going back on Nancy's street here.
So, yeah, I think he's going to call it.
We'll go over to Luke's, see what's going on. But there's no media out here. There's nobody. No media.
Hey, is he scared to be out there by himself?
Yeah, it gets choppy right around that corner, so.
I mean, I don't think nobody's
This guy
gonna
up here picks up trash like all the time. He comes around. I'm gonna stop and say hi to him. This guy here on the left. He goes around, picks up the trash.
Because you don't want the neighborhood looking dirty.
Morning, sir. Remember me yesterday? How you doing? You're back at it. Never ends.
Never ends.
I'm doing great. It's quiet out here. It's supposed to be. That's right. You're a proponent of no media around.
Don't you like it?
I mean, you know, there's nothing else to really report around here. What do you think happened to Nancy? You don't know?
I don't know. I don't know.
Don't know?
I have no idea. I mean, there's so many scenarios. Failed burglary, fucked up kidnapper, conspiracy. I don't know. It's
something. Yeah.
I'm a Western conservative. What happens on your side of the fence stays on your side of the fence. You come onto my side of the fence, then we'll talk.
Gotcha.
But it's not my family.
What's a Western conservative? What is that?
Well, there's a fence, right?
Yeah.
You get to do whatever you want on your side of the fence.
It's almost like people say, stay in your lane. Right?
What's wrong with staying in your lane?
Staying in your lane.
I mean, look, your sexual orientation, whatever.
It's your business.
It's your business. But you want to bring it on my side of the fence?
It's not happening.
Well,
I have a DJI.
Now we got to interact.
DJI.
Gotcha.
Now
I have the Mini Pro 4.
Neutral or I may be negative.
You see how clear it is? My drone's clear, super clear.
You get to do what you want. Don't fuck.
Gotcha.
This is me searching.
You know, we were up there yesterday in the Catalina Mountains. So much cooler than down here.
Beautiful up there?
It is
Where'd you
amazing. I went to Mount Lemon.
Oh, isn't it beautiful?
It was nice. It was like snow up
Look
there.
how clear it is.
The southernmost downhill skiing in the lower 48.
Really? Yeah, there was snow up there. But they take you on the chairlift. You can go up to the top
Has
of
to
the
be
mountain.
searching all the washes. I went to almost every wash in that neighborhood and droned over it.
Warm winter. But we did get rain, which was great.
Here,
We had
that
a
it's
very
a heat
dry
wave
summer.
right now, right?
Huh?
It's a heat wave right now here.
It's uncomfortable.
It's just
this is not normal.
I don't even want to be out in it.
Well,
Keep an eye out because I couldn't watch everything.
short, it's hot.
Just in case we missed anything. You know what I'm saying?
Kind of overwhelms you physically.
I looked as much as I could at the videos, but just keep an eye out just in case we missed anything.
Sunblock. Because
Rest in peace, Nancy.
my face.
Yes, I think so
Look at
too.
my
how
face.
fast it happens.
And I've been out here like 3 weeks.
It happens like this, and I mean, we have a very high UV penetration in Tucson, in this part of.
See the UV penetration. That's what I was talking about. It
How long
burnt
have
my
you been
nose. It was bleeding.
I've been in Tucson for 45 years.
45 years.
46.
See, my stuff is zoomed right in on you.
Go to school. I graduated in '86, and I never left because I got a job. Back then, you work.
You live on this road? Oh, next month.
So for anybody that tells you Dolly didn't search,
Did the authorities ever go to your house?
Oh, fuck.
They did? What were they asking?
FBI 3 times, Pima County Sheriff twice.
and I have twice the footage, but I broke the memory card. It's right here. It's part of the memory card right on my desk. What did I do with it?
And I'm like, can I help you?
Oh, they're like going through your backyard?
Yeah. Well, this is the FBI. We're searching. And I said,
there's the memory card. I broke it in my bag when I was coming back. So I only got half the footage that I recorded. But I droned every wash, I think, in that neighborhood. I stopped, got out, droned it. If I couldn't see it on foot, I droned it.
It's your property. It's your property.
Do you understand that evidentiary criteria is...
And this is just half the footage.
So you're obligated to know where the property boundary
Look at how nice them houses are, though. They're nice.
But maybe you should go to Pima County. Maybe you should get a map. Okay.
Or Land Glide. You can get a Land Glide app.
Yeah, I've gotten so good at flying the drone and zooming in and looking at
I
everything.
think they botched everything.
I mean, I've used it on so many cases, like from Summer Wells,
you for
Ashton Rogers to there in San Bernardino. Like, I've used this drone all over the country. It's probably one of the best investments I made.
Because on Monday I saw a sheriff's SUV. Never see a sheriff's SUV.
Never see it.
Now, I could have got a bigger one, but I travel with it. So the smaller it is, the better. But I got the best small drone you can get. I got the DJI Mini 4 Pro. And you see how clear the camera is. It shoots in 4K.
Neighborhood, and they said Skyline Campbell. I said, well, that's awfully close to my neighborhood. And then I realized, oh, well, it's,
block away.
See how it zooms in and out?
4 houses away. And what people don't understand, everyone's got an acre.
I got the DJI
4 houses away from
Mini Pro 4. Did they ever find out anything else about the Kia Soul? I don't think so.
Right?
Everyone has a 1/4 acre lot, if that.
If that. And it's probably long.
Yeah.
Right? So, I don't know. You've seen me now every day. I just pick up the garbage.
I know. It's wonderful to see. Man, God bless you for that. See, I will say, like with us, every time we leave, we do our trash. You know what I mean? I think it's important. But some other people, I'm not going to say who, leaves.
Going to have 10 to 15% of any population statistic are bad people, no matter what. Be it Congress, be it the city, be it a school, be it a kindergarten.
You got the Maverick Platinum.
Always 10 to 15% will be dicks, just because.
Yeah. I mean, I could have got the big one, but like I said, I throw it in my book bag. I don't even carry it in the case. I just throw it, I wrap it up in a beanie, and I throw it in my book bag. But I do have a really good controller, too.
I don't care about...
With the screen on it.
Empathy and your narcissist. What do you get?
Your name's Steve, isn't it?
I think.
See, I remember. I remember.
I think that drone cost me... with the controller and the extra batteries, because I got the Fly More package. I think it was almost $2,000. But I use it so much; it's been worth every penny of it.
I don't know. Probably one of the members of the media. You seen him here, over and over, right?
I hear some more.
If I catch him, I'm gonna take a picture of his license.
You gotta take a picture of his license plate.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna be a narcissist.
Take care, Steve. You have a good day, sir. God bless you, man. Thanks for the conversation. Don't take a picture of my license plate. I come in peace.
So long as you got your blinkers and your car's running, you're moving.
Yeah. I don't know how much. I mean, I don't really think it's important to be out here
This
anymore.
is behind Nancy's house.
Nothing. It's a nice neighborhood.
Next road over.
It's a nice neighborhood.
No,
Take care,
roads,
Steve.
3 roads over.
Bye bye. All right, that's Steve the neighbor. We're off.
Look at the mountains. Tell me that ain't a pretty shot.
Try to get cool with the neighbors.
But everywhere you could pull off,
He said
I
he's
droned.
a Western conservative. He says, do whatever on your side of the fence, but if you come on my side of the fence, then we have a problem. So you do whatever you want. That's what he identified as.
How big them cactuses are.
But he was like, he said the FBI and he said FBI was in his backyard.
Look at that house. That's a funny shaped house.
Let's go over there to Luke's. Could you guys hear Steve okay? I've been talking to him each morning for the last 3 days.
So this is me just searching the area for anybody that haven't seen this drone footage.
Well, could hear him. Yeah.
And like, if they all leave, I may go back out there.
Detailed investigations. I like that. Detailed investigation. Check out the email.
I'll just have to team up with Criminal Network or Tucson or somebody that knows the area.
Re-forward it right now, detailed investigation. If you
See, there I am.
Forward it right now. As soon as we're done at Luke, I'll look and just put like map on the title. Because I get so many flooded with so many emails, I have to see through. I'd like to see that location.
I'm up pretty high.
Steve was out there picking up trash around the neighborhood. He takes a bag and he goes around and picks up the trash.
I mean, you can do so much more searching with a drone than I could ever do on foot.
Good morning.
Everyone left. Yeah. Except for JLR. And I think he's getting ready to leave.
Escalante, or Catalina Foothills. Around this time, Nancy would be going to a friend's house to go to church on a Sunday. She didn't show up. Someone,
yeah, I did a ton of droning.
Of her friend, we don't know who, must have called Annie and Tommaso or one of them to say, hey, where's Nancy? She didn't show up. Then it is believed Annie and Tommaso came over here a little before noon. I would say 4 Sundays ago.
I landed.
4 Sundays ago.
I'm trying to get it in the, I don't want to land it in the dirt. And I don't want a car to hit it.
Nancy's not home. Blood on the front doorsteps. They call authorities a little after noon, 12 p.m., and boom. This is what we have.
I got a ton of it.
No,
I wish I hadn't have broke that memory card because I had the whole golf course.
Interview
everything.
public today on their thoughts. Yeah, we could do that. We'll go down. We'll go to a different spot. We'll go to like we'll go to maybe the KVOA banner or something. Yeah, we could do that. We need a spot. I don't know if I want to stand in front of the Guthrie home, but we could go to the KVOA banner. The big banner outside KVOA that everyone signed, and we could do some calls and hear the people, what the people have to say. What the heck is this? All over the road. Meantime, I'm going to shoot down to Luke's real quick because I still think Luke
It's
is a
just more
strong
area I've
possibility in this
searched.
mix.
These
They just don't have
these
the evidence.
spillways or whatever they're called.
Who has not been publicly cleared. We know about Luke Daly. We know about Kayla Day. The home raid, Range Rover that I don't believe has been returned to him. Might have evidentiary value, might not. Luke got a lawyer. Says he didn't do anything. Luke got an extensive past.
Oh, you watched it when I was pulling
Kind
over?
of looks like the perp.
Yeah.
Where was Luke Daly?
I told you guys, that's only half the. I ain't even got. I wish this memory card hadn't broke. I had so much stuff on this, but I searched so much, man. Like, and I could continue to do it. So
that's where we're headed.
Dolly, 857 Tucson.
Then I'll just.
What is up, look, Tucson. I don't know how long
Band member
JLR
saying that he
stick
didn't.
around.
He's not involved. Band member saying that people are knocking on his neighbor's doors, and parking in front of his house.
This for a second.
And all that. The band member, you know what I'm talking about, DE.
Like, I do want to go back out there and continue to do some searching, but me, I don't know the area. That was the hardest part for me. Like, I would have searched everything if I would have knew what to search. I went out that day for probably 3 or 4 hours, and I droned that whole neighborhood, like everything. I would get out at every wash. I would get out, I would walk it, and then I'd drone over everything I couldn't see, but I didn't want to go down in something because I was by myself. If I had somebody with me, I would have searched like the bushes, I would have searched like way more of stuff. But like I said, I had to be a little, I don't know the area. I don't know if there's damn rattlesnakes, if there's damn scorpions, or the damn javelina is going to jump out of a bush. I don't really know the environment. So I did what I could do. But if I had a couple people with me, I could probably do so much more. No, this was the second time I did this. The first time I hurt my foot when they put that tent up. I was running with JLR and his limber ass, and I hurt my foot. But I mean, I didn't break my foot. I just rolled it on the side. It was bruised and it was all fat. And now it's all good. So I'm good now, right? But the second time I went back, I was okay. So it wasn't really my foot. It was just, I don't know. I was having real bad anxiety and trouble breathing because I got sleep apnea, and I woke up panicking, and it kind of messed me up. So everybody act like I just left. Tucson's in here. I told Tucson I was leaving. Tucson, did I tell you I was leaving? I told everybody I was leaving. I went and said bye to everybody and said, hey guys, I'm leaving. I told Tucson, I said, Tucson, you want to grab this chair because I'm getting ready to leave. There's a plane leaving at 4:00 and I'm going to be on that plane. I was like, if something happens, I'll come back. Tucson, did I say that? Everybody thought I was just like, I just vanished and bounced out like F this and left. No, I told everybody out there I was leaving. I was like, hey guys, there's a plane leaving at 4:00. I'll come back. But really my anxiety was so bad. And I just, I don't really like to tell my personal shit on the internet, so sometimes I just try to maintain, but I was going through a little bit that day, and I just didn't feel like myself. And I just, in the back of my mind, something was telling me, go ahead and go home, Dolly, go home, go home, go home, because there really wasn't much going on. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm out here and I'm not feeling good. And, she started a channel called True Slime. That shit is insane, right? That was a full moon out there that day, Tucson. There was a full moon popping off. But yeah, I want to do some more drone and stuff. So, I don't know. I don't know. I do have some stuff coming up that if I came back to Tucson, I couldn't stay long. Maybe a few days, but I could get a lot done in a few days. you know, but I don't know. So he's going to Luke's, and I still think there may be something up with Luke because they haven't handed back that Range Rover.
Good morning, everyone. JLR Investigates. I'm gonna put the address to KVOA. We'll go down there and see this big band.
I heard Tucson say you left. Yeah.
Continue to keep the conversation going on Nancy Guthrie case. It's supposed to be a warm day today.
Bring javelina spray. I asked Tucson how you fight one off. He seemed like he didn't know. You know what I'm saying? I was like, do you throw punch these bitches or what do you go for the eyeballs? I don't know would they attack you? Like, I don't know. Like, see, even when I was out there droning by myself, I was thinking that. I was like, man, I hope I don't run across some wild ass animal that I don't know how to defend myself against. I mean, it sounds crazy, but you know, I'm not from the desert. We don't have shit like that in Virginia. I mean, you may see a rattlesnake if you go deep into the woods or something, but I live in the city. We don't got none of that stuff. We more chances of running across a loose pit bull than a damn javelina. I didn't even know what it was.
Though, doubt that it's related.
At the next light, turn left.
This is also
yellow.
right around the corner from Luke Daly and up the street from the Culvers. Yeah, DE's also a teacher too. DE's also a teacher, it appears. So Tommaso and DE.
The weather's brutal. It's different.
Turn left onto North First Avenue.
You know, when I left Virginia, it was 10 degrees. Okay. It was 10 degrees here. My pipes had froze. And before I left, I had to get the pipes. Yes, you told me. I think you're a little behind in the stream. He's like, yes, you told me. When I left here, it was 10 degrees, right? The pipes had froze. So I had to hook the heater up to our pipes to get our pipes unfrozen because I didn't want to leave PJ with no water. So I was like, oh man, I might not be able to leave. I can't leave. I had to bought the ticket. And I was like, I can't leave if I can't get the damn water on because I ain't going to leave her here with no water. Right. So I was working on the pipes most of the night and then I jumped on the plane, but I got it unthawed and then I left it dripping, you know, so then I left. But when I got there, it was 80 degrees. So I went from 10-degree temperatures to 80 degrees. And the UV, even though it's not that hot, like 80 degrees ain't super hot to me, but the sun feels like it's closer to the planet. Like, you know, it burnt blood from me. It literally burnt blood from my damn nose. I got to the hotel room, my damn nose, the top of my nose was bleeding. It just now healed. I had to put lotions and all kinds of stuff on the tip of my nose. I was like, man, this stuff done burnt the hell out of me. I don't know why he would have been searching for me. I told Tucson, you just seen Tucson say, I told him I was leaving. I told everybody. I even said bye to JR. I said, maybe I didn't tell JR I was leaving, but I told Tucson, I told the world is watching or whatever his name is. I said, yo, I'm going to get ready to leave. And then I told JR, I was like, later, man, good luck to you. And I left. You know what I'm saying? So I said bye to everybody. I may not have personally went up to every single person and said, hey, I'm leaving. But I think I made it clear that, hey, here's the chair. Here's the table. Good luck, guys. I'm out. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know how much more you can do to that. You know what I'm saying? So, and then like when I got home, man, I was really glad to be here. And the first day I slept a lot. By day 2, I was feeling better. You know, it's just getting my anxiety in check, you know. And like I said, I'm good when I'm doing things. It's when I'm like in a hotel room and shit by myself and I'm just staring at the walls. I kind of get, you know, anxiety. And that night I was having it really bad. And then so the next morning in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, this plane's leaving, this plane's leaving, this plane's leaving. And I was like, I'm on it. You know, so everybody's talking about the caretaker. They will lunge at you if close, but they are scared of people generally. Okay. Yeah, they look like they make a cool pet. They look like, to me, they look like pigs. Okay, because I used to raise pot-bellied pigs. So they just look like a pig to me. And I was never been scared of a pig because I used to raise pigs. Well, I had 3. I ain't gonna say I raised like a farm of pigs, but I had 3. I had biscuits and gravy, and the other one was named Dollar, like a dollar bill. Because it had, you ever seen Richie Rich? The dog with the spots. It was white with black spots. So I named it Dollar. You have 2? Yeah, I had 3. I had a boy, a girl, and their kid, a son. So it's just crazy to see that everybody's gone like that. Because, you know, when I was out there, you still had to park 3 miles from the house. It was loaded with 50, 60 media people. And to look out there now and just see JLR is kind of, and Brian Enton, it's like, damn, y'all are the last 2 people standing. Raccoons hollering? I think that's coyotes. There's some coyotes out there. I heard the coyotes when I went to the park and the fire truck drove by. We were out there live streaming and you could hear the coyotes loud, boy. I mean, it must have been hundreds of them.
All right, so we are in the jurisdiction of Tucson.
Take them to South Tucson, JLR. It's pretty early, so it's not too bad right now. But you go to South Tucson in the afternoon, good Lord, there's bums on the corner, people sleeping on the road. I stopped at a gas station. I thought I was going to get robbed. I went to lock my door and realized I wasn't in the car. Like, there, you shouldn't have locked. You know, here I'm used to having protection on me, right? When I get out the vet. But there, I ain't have nothing on me. But a whole lot of hope. Hope I don't get killed out here. Yeah, the mountain looked cool.
Wetmore Road.
I never went up on the mountain while I was
We're
there.
gonna go to the big Nancy Guthrie.
But it was cool to see.
We'll do some talking.
National news media has been reporting from in front of Nancy Guthrie's home, and I think they're the reason that they asked everyone else to leave. Who asked everyone to leave? Did the police ask everybody to leave? Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Tracy. Good to see you. We're watching JLR drive around. We were going over the case,
Yes,
and
I'm good friends with Annie Tomaso's neighbor.
Let me ask y'all this for anybody just tuning in, especially Tucson if he's still here. What was in the man's pocket? Me, I think it's a walkie-talkie. right here. Let me show y'all guys this, because this is what we started off talking about before JR came on. If you look, there's something in this man's pocket. Let me pull the picture up like this. That way we can zoom in on it. Downloads right here. See that? What is that? So many people, even Brian Enton thinks it's a walkie-talkie. The CIA lady that worked for FBI and CIA, she thinks it's a walkie-talkie. When I first seen it, I was like, they look like the walkie-talkies I got. So I thought it was a walkie-talkie. So, or is it the corner of a cell phone? It's hard to tell. Like, the more you get in it, the more pixelated it gets. But from here, it looks like an antenna to a cell phone. Not a cell phone, but I mean a walkie-talkie.
You know, we got their contacts and everything like that. I mean, if something was to break off at either location,
Yeah, because somebody was driving a vehicle.
they'll let me know.
Dolly, I've been convinced. My husband said, too, he hurt.
Not see it, but they're so close that they will probably see it.
Military, in my opinion, grenadiers don't look like, it's definitely not a bang bang. That's in the front of his pants. Walkie talkie, think so too. I heard someone say maybe a jammer. No, because the cameras picked him up. If it was a jammer, the cameras wouldn't have got him. If it's a jammer, it ain't a very good one. Was Nancy a member of Super Church? She was watching church online. I guess the church in New York, and they kind of watched it together. Sheriff made everyone leave, from what I heard. I haven't heard nothing about the sheriff making anyone leave.
Night. What time? The Starlight 17. I'll have to get with Dad's going live, because he said something maybe at dusk, and he was talking about the location here at the KVOA, the banner, because there's already a big banner for Nancy, and they got like people signed, they got cards out there and everything like that. And it's basically in downtown Tucson.
Yeah, I haven't heard nothing about the sheriff making people leave. I think everybody just left when they.
6 p.m. 6 p.m. All right, we're saying 6 p.m.
Yeah, this city's dangerous. Like I said, I stopped at a gas station. I was like, oh man, I hope I don't get robbed. When I was on the way to the airport, first I had to stop and get a pillow, because I stopped at Walmart and bought a pillow. And then I left my pillow in Atlanta. Damn it. So I stopped on the way to the airport at Walmart, bought a pillow for $20. It was a down pillow. I was like, yeah, I'm going to lay on this plane. And I did. I used it from Tucson to Atlanta. And then I left in the airport of Atlanta when I was getting on the plane. I forgot to grab it. I got on the plane. Then I was like, man, it's too late to get off the plane and go back and get my pillow. Because I'm telling you, that flight is so long that my damn legs go to sleep. Like, it hurts my butt. I know that's crazy to say. Hey, that's the gas station I stopped at right there. I know exactly where he's at. If you keep going down straight, there's a Mickey D's off to the left.
Right up here on Elm Street in about a mile. Elm Street.
There's like a Mickey D's. Yeah, you ride through there afternoon time, it looks different. It looks a little different afternoon time. He's driving through there early morning, everybody's still asleep. I don't know what her dog died of. A lot of people ask, did she have a dog door?
Lumberjack guy. Right there, see? Big lumberjack. Yeah, that's Paul Bunyan.
Yeah, he's going to the news station.
That's Paul Bunyan.
Yeah, see, now he's turning. If you'd have kept going, it'll take you down towards the airport.
Look at Paul Bunyan.
At the next light, turn left.
Yeah, it's Paul
Are you
Bunyan.
going to cover the vigil tonight, Dolly? I didn't even know there was a vigil.
Blackjack, pancakes, lumberjack, Paul Bunyan.
I honestly didn't know there was one tonight. But yeah, I guess so.
There he is. Do it.
There
It
was no
says
doggy door.
Coronado Heights neighborhood. Like guards the neighborhood. It's pretty cool. All right, see you, guy.
Yeah, the dog died in December.
Oh, look, people in the chat are like, I mean, this is just sarcastically, but people are like, he's the perp.
He's the perp. Yeah, put a
Look,
ski mask on him. But that's the ski mask on his head.
Nah, he's not the perp.
He could be.
Facial hair. Anyone with facial hair is a perp. That's
And
a
them
lot of people have
shoes,
been
some
saying
Mexican
throughout this whole
6'6", some
mystery.
Tiger 6'6".
Anyone with any type of facial hair is the perp.
In a walkie-talkie. You need somebody with
Paul
no
Bunyan.
shoes and a walkie-talkie.
Paul Bunyan didn't do it. Is he the muffler man?
No. He has an axe.
Did Nancy usually take did Nancy usually Uber to go to church? It's a good one. KRXC
That's media.
128 says, did Nancy usually use
That's
Uber,
media.
like to go to church, friends, or was it only the Annies that night?
In a distant
Just weird
time,
and
in a
maybe
distant
4-year-old would
land,
use
there was
Uber.
one man.
We could talk more about the Uber
Media.
stuff. So let me just put in this address here. All right, it's down this road.
Wi-Fi jammer. So many people think that, but the cameras didn't jam. They got them on camera. So if it was a jammer, it didn't work.
Next light.
Have a good day, Dolly. Been here with you over 3 hours. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out this morning with me. That is awesome of you
How often
guys
did
hanging
Nancy
out.
use Uber? It's a great question. All right, I'm on Oracle. I'm turning on Oracle.
At the light, turn left onto historic US 80 North Oracle Road.
That's crazy. I was just out that way. It's the same route. There's an area with all these palm trees.
Almost there.
There it is. See it? See the palm trees? I thought that was pretty cool. Instead of cactuses, it's palm trees.
0.8 miles. We're going to less.
Cacti. You're fun to listen to, Dolly. Well, thank you. The Jovelina might jump out. Yeah, there's some Javelinas and Jovelinas. Now, I don't know which one I'm more scared of, the Javelina or the Jovelina. The Jovelina looked a little scary now, I ain't gonna lie. The Javelina at least didn't have his ass cheeks out. If they would have had a portable stripper pole, I would have lost it. Good morning, Dolly and PJ. Good morning, guys. If you're just tuning in, thanks for being here with us. Jovelinas carry way more diseases, says Pittsburgh nurse. I believe you. Okay. Now, we ain't got Javelinas here. We got Jovelinas in Virginia. I've seen a few Jovelinas. They be lurking.
Ran out of coffee
Oh Lord.
in downtown Tucson. Jailer investigates. Ran out of coffee. 0.3 miles.
What is a javelina?
A lot of homeless.
There's a chick with a butt crack hanging out, with her butt cheeks hanging out.
Bus stops. Going down Oracle.
That's a javelina. A javelina is a big
This area
rodent.
here wouldn't have really anything really
Go past West Ventura Street and turn left onto West Leicester Street.
to do with like all these locals.
If you ain't
This is
slept in a
like
couple days, you better
Tucson.
get some sleep.
This happened in the Catalina foothills above Tucson.
Turn left onto West Leicester Street.
It's snow in Massachusetts now. Wow.
Leicester Street. All these like mom and pop hotels. Right here. Quail Inn, Wildcat Inn.
It's 70 in Texas. Javelina is a wild animal in booty shorts. Yeah. A wild animal in booty shorts. That's a javelina. I coined it. That's coined by Dolly. Don't steal it.
The Gem Show.
Copyright strike you.
Been hearing a lot about the Gem Show in this whole
That's Dolly Bobby Incorporated.
at the time. The Gem Show, Next Door Neighbors, Nancy.
Happy March 1st. Thank you.
Precious Gems.
March. The month my kid was born in. She will turn 26 this month. It's hard to believe. My little girl is about to be 26. Makes me feel old.
Gem Show. Take a picture of this Gem Show.
I went and hung out with her yesterday.
Sure nobody's behind me.
I don't think the
Turn
gym
right
show
onto
was
North
going
10th
on. That was
Avenue.
weeks ago.
Then you'll turn right.
The Gem Show.
Yours is the 5th. Oh, happy birthday coming up. Who is buying a shirt if he makes Javelina shirts? Oh, Lord.
All right. So
That's what I'll make before I go back. I'm here for the Javelinas. I'm playing.
Turn right, then immediately turn left into the parking lot.
I was attacked by a Javelina.
let me go over here. I got a spot.
Capybaras or giant rats. I like
Next right on
capybaras.
North 11th Avenue.
It's like an alleyway.
I'm got to play with one and feed it at
Take your next left onto North 9th Avenue.
in Florida.
Okay. Let's see if we can find a place to aim.
I'll be 47. Feel old. My oldest turns 25 soon. Yeah, my daughter's about to be 26.
Visual. There's like an alleyway here. Oh, look. That's a good spot.
Bring her home.
Coming down. This alleyway.
Oh, that's the sign everybody was telling me to sign on Friday the 13th. They're like, Dolly, it's Friday the 13th. Go sign the sign.
Bring Nancy home. Bring her home. Bring her home. All right, so I'm going to check on emails and everything. Give me a second here. Oh, bring her home.
Yeah, Tiff is
Anybody
awesome.
want to talk? All right, I'm going to put the email in the chat here. I'm going to pin the email. Tips.jlr investigates.
Maybe Joey says, Dolly, maybe the perp buried her. I mean, it's possible. You know, that's what I'm thinking. It's sad. It's a sad situation. I bet you she was a sweet woman too. She looks like a nice woman. She don't look like the Karen
Info.
in her neighborhood.
Nancy Guthrie discussion.
Your youngest grandkid is 27. Dolly, they're gonna have a new search for
All right,
Jack and
hey.
Lily this spring. Yeah, I heard about
Someone
that.
wants to talk.
I have
Some
an
call-ins.
appointment to get my
In the meantime, I'm just gonna keep this here for a second,
passport.
and
I bet she cooked good cookies. She does look like she could bake.
let me put the tweet out. Somebody said there's gonna be 6 p.m. a candlelight.
That's what we're hearing too, JR. Candlelight vigil tonight. Lots of lives from the main professional in Tucson. Your son is going to be 15, which is rude because I just had him 3 years ago. He started fit. You just had him 3 years ago. He came out with a full head of hair, like prayer guard's kid. Came out 35 years old, like a gremlin. Chat put candlelight for Nancy. There was a couple hateful ones. Dolly, I'm 77 today, and my granddaughter was born on my birthday. Well, happy birthday, Dalmore, to you and your granddaughter. 77 is the new 67. I don't think that works. Maybe. The new 77 is the new 87. I'm playing, but happy birthday. I'm sure you got 50 more years left in you. 77 years young.
I'm told there will be a candlelight vigil for Nancy Guthrie at 6 p.m. tonight at this location, the KVOA station.
Okay.
Address here.
Ugh.
209.
Dolly, could dog the bounty hunter find Nancy? Hell no. That old man couldn't find his way home.
Oh, yeah, typo. Look at that. Thank you for sharing. Unpinned message. I'll do it again.
He can't find the tanning bed.
But you guys know what it is. A lot of you already know what it is.
No, that's a TV station.
I'm gonna do it again. Email. Tips. Dot. JLR.
With many people who do traveling searches, they really need to search up the dangerous animals, spiders, snakes, and insects. Well, I mean, I think I got the gist of it now. There's javelinas, coyotes, snakes, scorpions, and a lot of stickers. And if you avoid all those things, I wonder why people ain't calling in the JR this morning. True Crime Calling is copywritten there. I'm kidding. I'm streaming your shit. Talking about, hey man, I'm the call-in show
All right,
over
go
here.
to email. Let's hear from the people. You want to talk?
My grandmother is 101 and she is like my second mother to you. Awesome. It's early. People don't tend to talk early in the morning. Evening time, people, all they want to do is talk. Morning time, I don't usually take call-ins in the morning because I'm not a morning person. And I don't want to listen to you. So I don't usually take calls in the morning. Evening time, I talk to everybody. Morning
I got
time,
an email said, "What if Annie and Tommaso went to the house first to clean up the
not so
location
much.
before calling authorities?" Well, here's the thing about it is, at
Hey,
first we heard
Subway.
11
Hey, Dolly.
a.m. that they went over.
Get
Then
in
we heard
contact with
just a few minutes
Exploring
before
Jim.
noon, and then at just a few minutes before, when they got there, at just a few minutes before noon, I think it was around 11:56 a.m. But then the call to 911 or to authorities came a little bit after 12 o'clock. So
Okay. So people are saying get a hold of Explorer Jim.
I
He's
don't know
been
if they would
searching
have
for his dirt bike.
enough
Desolate
time.
places.
Melanie wants
Smart.
to talk. All right, we're gonna call Melanie. This is for anyone that really wants to talk, but share something. We're gonna talk to Melanie here.
Melanie.
550. All right. Gonna put in.
Block your
All right,
number.
Melanie,
Hit
you're up.
467 JR. You ain't got to worry about people
Or-
calling you back. Good morning. I hope the lady is found soon.
Morning, JR.
Good morning, Melanie. How are you? Where are you from?
Well, I am from West Virginia.
West Virginia.
Yes.
Welcome aboard, Melanie. Thank you for willing to talk. What's going on?
Thank you for calling me. Okay, I have several questions here.
Sure.
All right. The first one is, well, the first theory is, I don't want to rule out
I don't drink coffee,
Tommaso and
Joey.
Annie either, but my thing is, if you are caregiving for an 84-year-old woman and you're that close to the family, you have access to all of the meds and all that, why would you not just, and I hate to say it this way, but
I'll
why
take a
would
sip
you
of PJs
not
every now and
just
then. Starbucks.
give her maybe a
But I don't drink a
cocktail
lot
of
of
her
coffee.
medicine or something and put her to bed? And then you go over the
I like
next morning,
coffee gelato.
Mom's dead in bed. Why go through all this if you have
Ice cream, coffee ice cream.
24/7?
So you're saying it's just too much trouble to go through all that kidnapping and everything. If there was something nefarious, you could do something more simpler.
Absolutely. And not only that, you're not going to have to wait for her body to be discovered to get the life insurance, to get the
I stopped
house
drinking
turned over
soda
to you
too.
and all that.
Yeah. That's an interesting point because
I
like they
still
always
drink
said the
sweet tea a little
kidnapping
bit.
aspect is high risk. I mean, what
I need to cut that out.
at what cost here? You're literally taking someone out of their home, chance of being caught on surveillance, where to put a body. If you wanted to get rid of someone, if you were, in Annie and Tommaso's shoes, and again, the sheriff cleared them, but if they really wanted to be involved here, they could have possibly done something way more simpler.
Absolutely. And not only that, if it's money problems that they were having, because that's a theory, then you're going to get
Bobcats
access
don't
to that
usually
money
attack
so
people.
much more quicker.
Coyotes
than to go
either.
through all this.
So with that being said, you
Yeah,
don't
he
think
needs
Annie
to
and
stop
Tommaso
drinking
were
that
involved
Red Bull.
I don't ever want to think that they were involved.
and everything like that.
I mean, I'm just saying that for his own health. Them Red Bulls are terrible for you. So he needs to cut them damn things out.
The motive here is,
I know that it's definitely not amateur. I mean, I feel like that it was something that is way beyond being amateur. So is it?
I haven't drank
Is it linked to
Coca-Cola in
something
months.
that Savannah has done? Possibly.
I think it's been about 2 months.
I mean, I honestly
Or at least a month.
more to that theory
I haven't
than
drank
I
a
do
Coca-Cola.
other theories. But this is something that was there would have
I've
already
been
been
taking these
come up.
so you think this was well planned?
It was
of some
definitely
type of vitamins.
I definitely think that. My
That
other
tastes
thing
nasty.
is, who is the person who the car got towed by State Farm?
We don't know if
Oh, that
anything
would
was
be
stolen from her house.
Bailey. That's the individual we went to his house earlier. That's the one that has the mystery man. The
He had
mystery
10
man.
Red Bulls.
That's what I thought, but I wanted to make sure.
I don't
Okay, so
believe that.
here's another theory on that. Let's just say that he did something to his car so that State Farm would tow it and take it in before anyone else
It
got a
makes
chance,
people aggressive. I
because
don't
the
know.
police
I don't like
really
them.
quick to take that car.
Make me
right?
jittery. I don't leave. I don't even like the taste of them.
It's believed that Annie and Tommaso's vehicle got seized within the first 48 hours. Nancy's to follow days.
I used to drink the Monster Mocha Locos if I was absolutely exhausted, and I had to go to work and I just wasn't going to make it. I would drink a Monster Mocha Loco. And then they were just so terrible for me. I would feel like shit the rest of the day. But I'd make it
what
through the day.
exactly happened to his car?
Right. But there's two things. I mean, if you don't want the police to take it, let's go ahead and put it in the shop with State.
My new kick is death water. Okay, liquid death kills your thirst. I've been drinking a lot of liquid death water.
Well, listen. No theory is wrong. A lot of people have a lot of questions. So, with that being said, you are kind of eyeing Luke Daly in this movie.
I've lost almost 6 pounds
I'm
already.
kind of. I mean, there's another theory.
What's the other theory? Go ahead.
Well, no, my other theory is that it's much more detailed and much more.
And I took off working out last night. I figured I needed to rest. I'm probably going to take the day off too. And I'm going to do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and take off Thursday and Sundays. I don't know. I mean, it's going to be a couple days I don't work out, but every other, like last night, I was going to go ahead and hit the treadmill. And I was just like, I'm a little sore. Let me just relax tonight. And then tomorrow I'll get back on it. But then I realized it's Sunday and I'm going to probably just take the day off too. And then I'll go back to working out Monday, Tuesday. I may take off Wednesday and do Thursday, Friday. So I have a little bit of healing time because I was sore for the last 2 days. Right. And I was like, man, that first real day got me pretty sore. And then the second day was probably, I should have took off and did the third day, but I went 2 days in a row when I probably should have did every other day.
Yeah.
There's more money, politics, and lip service that gets you that job than a deputy that's out there doing their job every day.
The sheriff in a lot of jurisdictions is just the figurehead.
Right. And I'm not his biggest fan at all. And that brings me to another point.
Go ahead.
When these search warrants were signed, do we know for a fact that they were on a federal level or were they on?
We don't know that. That's a great question. We don't know if there were federal warrants or Pima County judge warrants. But I would assume that Carlos, I would assume the least the Carlos one in Rio Rico was strictly Pima County. Reason being is the feds have put out and said that's not our operation. And it was Pima County's SWAT that actually went down.
Liquid death sounds deadly.
To do that. And I didn't see any agents down there. It looked like it was all county sheriff operation. So the Carlos one, I believe that it was a Pima County, an operation. But I will say, I will add on to that. Different jurisdictions have different criteria when it comes to probable cause and getting a judge to sign off. Some judges don't sign off on things and they want more proof or evidence or what they want something more. They don't strictly just sign off on probable cause. While other ones in other communities, the sheriff and the magistrate judge is pretty much tied in together. And if the sheriff's department says, hey, we want a search warrant, the judge is going to sign off without even questioning.
That was the exact point that I've been wanting to make. That everybody's like, oh, well, there had to be a ton of evidence or he would not have signed off on that. Not necessarily true at all. And that is the point.
Probable cause is a lower threshold than reasonable doubt. It's a lower threshold than preponderance of the evidence. probable cause is just basically one person, an officer witnessing something themselves. So that's probable cause. And other, I mean, it's flimsy stuff, and it's almost like it's almost to this point where you can indict a ham sandwich. Well, you can probable cause can get a lot of people arrested too very easily. It doesn't mean it's just enough to get the arrest or get the warrant on someone, and then go through the process, possibly charges dropped or whatnot. But probable cause is pretty easy to establish on anything.
Absolutely. I see it every day in my job. So you're right.
There you go. Well, anything else you'd like to add?
I would just like to add this, that please keep this one, because when you go home, my theory is when the media leaves and goes home, then what's going to happen is there's just going to be, I think there will be a quick arrest to put it to bed.
You do?
I do, because I think that you guys are holding their feet to the fire. You are like giving this to us in real time, and you're making them accountable. You're holding them accountable. And I do believe that they will put it to bed and everybody moves on, and we won't have the answers.
Let's hope not.
So
thanks for your time.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Melanie. Be safe. God bless you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye. All right, who's next? Say, I want to talk. Shoot a message. I like to talk. Liam. I am a investigative research biologist, ex-canine scent detection track trainer, canine PTSD trainer. All right, Liam, you're up in the pipeline. We're going to bring Liam, an investigative research biologist. You will get a 202 number coming through in about 30 seconds, Liam. All right, this should be interesting. Liam, survey says. All right, Liam, you're up in the pipeline.
Somebody sounded so when I was in my car. I was like I was in a tuna can.
How are you doing?
I'm great. If you don't mind muting your TV screen so the echo.
Yeah, let me knock this down here some for you.
Let's see.
How's that sound? Is that better?
Yeah, it's better.
Deb,
All right,
Dolly, I
welcome
love
aboard.
you and PJ. I am in Virginia. 2Q. Do you feel evidence actually reveals a motive or shows a motive in this case? I cannot figure out the motive for this to save my life, Deb. Okay, I cannot. I'm starting to think that it's money, and I don't know. I keep changing my mind in it. And I don't usually do that in true crime cases. I usually lock in on something and I stick with it. I was thinking that the family may have something to do with it. Then the family got cleared. And then I was thinking serial killer. And then when I seen the walkie-talkie, what appears to be a walkie-talkie, and I started thinking about it, I was like, well, how did he get in the house? And why did they have locksmiths? Right? And then I started thinking, this person had a key. This was a setup. This is an inside job kind of thing. But I don't know for sure. That's just my opinion, right? I'm not blaming anybody. I just have my suspicions of people. So I cannot pick out the motive unless it's money, because I know money's the root of all evil. And it's not a robbery and it's not a ransom. There's no reason to hurt this lady. I mean, I don't think anybody can figure out the motive. I think people think they know, but I mean, there's nobody positive, like 100. I think most people are 90% like, yeah, the family did it. But they're in the back of their head, it's like, oh, what is that small possibility they didn't? So, yeah, if I could figure out the motive, that would be a miracle.
But there's no more other blood anywhere else they would pick up.
Money and
and that's
greed.
the importance of having the dogs. So they can go ahead and dogs can, dogs that cover a lot of ground, and setting up, you had mentioned earlier, DR, that, you had to do a grid search. A grid search is very simple. You just make out, a 20 by 20, and you stake it.
I mean, there's no evidence. Just the picture of that guy is the only thing we really have. I mean, in the blood.
So have you done
I don't know.
what type of work
I
have you
think
done in the
whoever
past?
was violent.
I went and searched for
You think
individuals
Tomas
that
gave
were
a key to
lost.
somebody?
Also, towards the end, which it gets very expensive to train these type of dogs, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so my last part was taking my previous canine that I had and doing cadaver and water searching, which is the very hardest thing to do. The water one is very hard to do, you know. And you got to have a sharp dog. You got to have a dog that's kind of like, I'll find this baby. And this is my dinner, because he's looking for the treat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, but yeah, that's what I did. And also with PTSD, I have a current PTSD dog here that I've trained myself. I don't get the Veterans Administration involved with my canines whatsoever. And so, and because of my background, I'm able to go ahead and do it. And I started early, JR, for training. Yeah, I did. I read books, man.
I'm sorry?
For doing canine training,
Uh-huh.
I read books. I didn't go to classes.
You read books?
Yeah, exactly. You know, everybody asked me, "Where's your certificate? Where's your?" I don't need a certificate. You know, and so, but yeah, this whole case just seems very, very strange from the beginning.
Exactly, Jackie.
It just didn't sit right. I can't explain it, but it just didn't sit. You know what I'm saying?
But so what are you feeling? Like, what are you feeling like what this is about then? I get what you're saying, because I'll be honest. I mean, it has just a bizarre chain of events.
They are so violent. Good Lord.
I feel it the same way. But what are you feeling about this? Like, what
There's a lot of angles. You know, you can go anywhere, and it's so broad now that people can put in stuff that don't even belong there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I mean, it's okay to expand, but you know, taking it too far, you can lose completely track.
I agree, right, my baby.
You know, and so, but yeah, it's just
Good morning.
many different scenarios that people's bringing up, and so
There's the culprit right there. He done shaved.
And I blame this on Sheriff Nanos. I don't think the gentleman.
Check his shoes, JR. Check his shoes.
Very loosely, but I don't think that gentleman is really on top of everything. Now we don't know what's happening in the background with the authorities, and that would be the sheriff's department and the FBI. But the other thing that bothers me is that I thought the FBI would really be jumping on this thing like crazy.
Give me a minute, guys. I'm gonna grab me a bowl of cereal.
And you haven't necessarily seen that.
No, I not that anything that's really impressed me. You know, and the family knows a lot of influential people, so that's the other reason why weren't they there? You know, and the longer they wait, the more degraded and contaminated all the search area becomes, the crime scene.
Well, they released it back to the house. You know, they released the house back to the family. We have heard, though, that they have been searching around that particular neighborhood to, what neighbors have told me that, feds have approached them. Local police or deputies have approached them, asking about surveillance, scouring around the yards. But I haven't heard of it like a full grid search.
Yeah, and that's true. And you know what? When there's a crime that's going on, you don't need to ask anyone, hey, can we search here? They can declare it a crime scene area. Mm-hmm. That gives them the right to go in, whether you say, no, you can't come in here or not. You know what I'm saying?
I get it. Anything else you'd like to add, Liam? Thank you.
Yeah, not right now. Not right now, JR. I just want to just appreciate your dedication there, and I know you've been spending a lot of time there, and I'm thankful that other broadcasters have, putting in energy and bringing you guys drinks and stuff, and stopping by and see if you need anything. And that's the way it should be.
It's community looking out for community. Yeah. It is interesting, and very grateful for that.
Yeah, because the regular media, they're just looking for numbers, JR. You know what I mean? They're looking for the ones getting on the first ones to report, and so they don't have the finesse. They don't what's the word I want to use? Like people skills. They're not down home when they come down to investigate. You know what I mean? But with you guys have a different style, and I really appreciate. I watch you for hours.
Okay, that's awesome.
But
thank you.
I just want to just thank you.
You take care, Liam. Thank you for the support.
Okay, you too, JR.
Thanks for the conversation.
Hey, stay safe.
Be
bro.
safe. All right. Anybody else want to talk? Come on in. You want to talk? I want to talk. Tasha wants to talk. Tasha. All right, I'll get Tasha in. Tasha wants to talk. We have a Tasha. You're coming up in the pipeline, Tasha. Let's see what Tasha has to say. Hearing from the people.
Hello.
Good morning, Tasha.
Good morning.
JLR Investigates. Thanks for taking the time and wanting to talk.
Yes, thank you for everything that you're doing. I have. Okay.
You're welcome.
Do you remember when you went out there with the searches with the groups, the search day?
Correct.
Everyone keeps talking about this walkie-talkie, right? Do you remember the lady from the second group? She found a walkie-talkie.
I do.
Has that ever been turned in?
I don't believe so. I don't believe though she said off camera to me that she will be giving that to somebody. I don't, or letting someone know, authorities know. But I don't know what came out of that. But it really is interesting, because you're probably going to go say what I'm about to say is, the perps using some sort of three-way channel communication or walkie-talkies to be able to communicate without cell phones.
Yes.
Right?
That just stood out to me kind of weird. And I believe this is an inside job.
Mm-hmm.
I was brought up, and I still live in the hood. Look, this was an inside job.
You live in the hood? Where do you live?
Yeah, I live in New Jersey.
Live in Jersey.
Yeah.
You said you live in the hood. Why do you think it's an inside job?
Who's gonna think about coming to get a 84-year-old woman, other than someone who has some type of financial gain in mind?
Do you think financial gain is the motive here?
Yeah. Even though it take a while, look at all the ransoms, even though that might be a hoax, but it's screaming money.
Most people will feel the same way. This is some sort of money angle. There are some that say there could be a sick psychopath out there that just wants to prey on the elderly. But come on, does that happen where you live, where people just want to prey on the elderly to do something to an elderly person?
No, usually that happens around in these type of areas for money.
Money. They want money out of the person.
Tommaso stands out to me. Tommaso's friend, whoever that other guy is, stands out to me. The mustache looked fake.
You think the mustache was fake?
Yeah, and the tattoo could be fake too, because they could have did that to throw people off.
People could go get mustaches and put them on their face, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Or they could even draw it. It's the camera that caught it.
I know. And, the lighting and everything like that could be an illusion per se. There's stuff, we don't know
Okay, I'm
the
back.
color of the facial hair, even though it looks dark and black. It could have been more lighter. I mean, just because
The only thing that's really distinct to me is the eyes.
the eyes.
That makes some raisin bran, bananas, and strawberries.
Were very large. So that means this person was intoxicated on something.
Ah, I think they were intoxicated. Why? To get a rush to do it? Courage to do it?
Yeah, just like alcohol, you know, liquid courage.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean,
and then another thing I have in mind is, what was this last dinner about?
What was it? What were they going for? I mean, the sheriff goes on to say they were also playing games.
Right. And was she drinking Scotch liquor or something like that?
That's a great question too. Yeah, keep asking the questions because you know you have a lot of you're asking a lot of unanswered questions. I
mean, 74 women sip and tip every now and then.
When she was over there at Annie and Tommaso's, what did she drink? What did she eat? What was the conversation about? Why did she take an Uber over there and not an Uber back?
Right.
Was this a normal thing she'd done to go over there, Annie and Tommaso's? How often? When was the last time she went over to Annie and Tommaso's home? Yes. Why that day? Those are good points.
That has anything to do with Savannah.
I mean, a lot of people are saying in the chat, good questions, caller. Tasha. I mean, these are some, you know,
thank you.
You know, normal habits of an individual. Okay, say for instance, Nancy didn't go. Well, Nancy spent Christmas with
you. Only tip, you don't sip.
A lot of people spend family with, you know, together on Christmas. But let's just say, hypothetically,
raisin bran.
How many times has Nancy actually went over to Annie
bananas and strawberries in it?
When was the last time prior?
No fat milk.
And did she ever take an Uber
water?
Why didn't she drive?
Question the Uber. They need to go. They need to do their investigation with Uber. They need to.
If she went to church the next day, or to go to a family, or go to a friend's to attend an online church service with her car, and she didn't arrive, then she takes her car out. Why didn't she take her own car to go to Annie and Tommaso's? Why take an Uber unless you have a plan to drink and you don't want to drive home?
Someone knew that was her plan to go to church.
Pretty wild stuff, Tasha.
Yes, I've been following you since the baby, Emmanuel.
Oh, Manuel. Yeah.
I covered that.
We got a streamer here. We got a streamer here by the name of Mark the Shark, who has actually attended some of his court hearings. Those court hearings. He's out here.
I Mark the Shark too.
Yeah, Mark the Shark. Great guy.
That's all I have. If I have anything else to say, I'll email you back.
I was the only YouTuber out there.
Thank you. Be safe out there and have fun in New Jersey. Thanks for the call.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Now, who gave y'all the best coverage of Emmanuel Haro? Dolly did. I was the only YouTuber out there. Me and On the Tito.
Yeah. All right, so we have Miss Love. My name is Brooklyn. I would like to talk about the Nancy case. I am not an expert, just want to give my opinion. All right, Brooklyn, you're up in the chat. Brooklyn, bring you in. We want to hear from people all across the country about how they feel about this case. We also want to hear from experts or former experts. Brooklyn, you're coming up. Welcome aboard, Brooklyn.
Hello.
Good morning, Brooklyn.
Hi, good morning, JR. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for stopping by.
Good morning, chat. W in the chat. I'm a frequent watcher, so I just want to say W in the chat. You have a great chat.
Mm-hmm.
And first, I'd like to say is that this whole case from the beginning was botched. It definitely seems like Danos and he got what he wanted pretty much because he ran everybody off physically from the scene. And I've never seen anything like this in my entire life where people were wanting to help and they were kind of like ran off from helping.
You've followed a lot of cases out there?
No, not really. I'm just drawn to this because she's 84. We all have elderly parents, grandparents, family members, neighbors. So I've never really been into true crime, but I came into this case because it pulled my heartstrings because she's 84. We all have grandparents, mothers,
You said
elderly
that.
people, neighbors, and it really
You might
hurts
be
me
JR's
to see somebody
sister.
that would actually
Repeat
hurt an
yourself.
84-year-old.
It's crazy. 84. These are the most vulnerable people. These are the ones that, you know, you're supposed to take care of and help and assist. And for anyone just to do something to an 84-year-old or any elderly. I mean, they got laws in this country basically as enhancements. If you do any crime on an elderly, it's even an extra enhancement.
Exactly. So I kind of feel like from the start, I think what it is an ego. I've heard people say that it's an ego thing. He wants to be top dog. He wants to be in charge. So say, hey, I'm the winner. I brought this perp in. But I kind of feel like that's what it is, because why wouldn't you allow the FBI to help? Why don't you want other people to help and search for her? She's 84. What, like, I can't even. I just can't even believe and fathom people would even want to take and hurt an elderly person. That's a sick person or people to hurt somebody that's elderly. So I kind of feel like something happened because she's lived there for 50 years, right?
Yes.
So you got to go back. I was listening to somebody else talking. They said you got to kind of work backwards, which makes sense. What happened in the last few months? Because she's lived there for 50 years. I'm assuming nothing's ever happened. What happened in the last few months?
What was her life? You know, who's she surrounded by? Was there financial things going on? Was there disagreements with people around her? You know, what's going on?
So I think something happened recently to cause this, because if somebody's lived there for 50 years, why all of a sudden did something happen now? It doesn't make sense to me. And just the people that are coming around, it's just weird stuff that's happening. I've been following the case, and a lot of things have been just heartbreaking to watch. And I don't know the family, I don't know anybody.
Good morning. Good to see you.
I've actually shed tears a few times because I'm thinking, like, this could have been anybody, to be honest. And it's just, and I have, elderly family members. Before my grandma passed away, she was 84. And I can't imagine somebody taking her and hurting her. And I can understand why the family.
I would say your family would gain
might have
from her
disagreed, but
loss.
I can understand maybe why the family hasn't went out, because they can be in harm's way
But I
too.
don't
They don't
know.
know who this is.
Exactly. I mean, that Catalina foothills up there, there's a lot of elderly people out there live around there.
So I understand why maybe the family hasn't searched. People are like, why is family going on search? I understand why, because maybe they can be in harm's way as too. But I think that there should have been more press conferences. There should have been family coming out and speaking more. Why hasn't Annie or Cameron spoke? It seems like
Well, some people in the chat, nurses, medical field, has come on and said, in reference to the family's behavior, what they didn't do or what they did, or even the law enforcement in reference to searches or whatnot. Their pacemaker could have an indication that she could have died, and they don't think that she, they already feel like she's dead, leaving that home.
Do you think that the family knows that she's already gone, and that they're just, I kind of feel like this. I think, God, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I think they came with the realization, but how long did it take them to get to that? I feel like, she's using the words recovery.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of feel like the word too. I feel like they already know she's gone. And I said, well, maybe they're just trying to play it off, maybe, and people can disagree, that maybe she's still out there. Maybe they know she's passed away. Maybe I don't know. And they're just trying to play it off, to see if somebody will come forward. But I think, honestly, people know. And I think that they are scared to talk. Because even some of the neighbors, when you would ask, what do you think about the case? Some of them were kind of scared to talk.
Oh, yeah, they're scared. Some of them are scared. Yeah. For sure.
So I think people really know who this is, but they're kind of scared to come forward. But I really think that people should do the right thing and come forward.
Absolutely.
And if the perp is watching this, I have something to say to him. Do the right effing thing. Not gonna curse. Do the right thing.
Do the right thing.
Tell where Nancy is at. You have a mother, you have a grandmother, you have elderly aunts. Do the right thing. And I'm saying this forcefully. Do the right damn thing. And repent and tell where she's at. This has went on long enough. You're causing hell to the family. Tell where she's at. That's all. I think that's the main thing is we need to find where she's at and start the healing process, because I don't even know the family, but I'm hurt by this. This hurts me because I'm a human being and I have a heart at the end of the day. And I can't imagine.
What about at the beginning of the day? You got a heart at the beginning of the day?
I think
just at the end of the day?
Thanos needs to get off his high horse. He should have already got off his high horse and step down. Step down, because it's I'm sitting here watching people trying to help, and he's blocked everybody from helping. Why? There's a reason why he's doing this.
It's mind-boggling.
So,
it's mind-boggling.
It is. So I just have to say that, unfortunately, a lot of the neighbors and stuff, they got what they wanted. Unfortunately, you guys gone because everybody's gone. It's so sad to see everybody gone now.
They have officially pretty much left that house.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but did they tell people they couldn't be out there?
Where they were camped out, they're not there either. They're nowhere.
well, it's kind of sad because how I understand people want their lives back, but at the end of the day, somebody is missing. And if you don't want people videoing you, why are you walking down the street? It's a free street, right? But you're going to be in camera's way. There's no point to attack media. I've heard so many people are verbally attacking media people.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous.
I've seen some. Be honest, it's very small.
Yeah, it is, but they're making a scene, and but just for what? There's a person missing, and honestly, this is my opinion. I understand people are concerned about their property, but that can be replaced. You can put new ground in. You can put new soil in. I wouldn't have not a problem or a care in the world if you have to come search my property. Search. I got so angry when people were trying. I understand they were doing not the right thing, but come search my property. Come, let me help you. Look, I just kind of felt like people were kind of blowing that out of proportion with the ladies from Mexico. Mm-hmm. I think maybe there was a language barrier. They didn't really understand. Let them search. They're not harming anything. They're breaking up your ground. That can be replaced, but a life cannot. So that's what I have to say, Jayla. Keep up the good work. Chat, keep it going, chat. The chat is very informative.
We got the best chat on the internet, Brooklyn.
Yeah, best chat. They call out frauds. So W in the chat, y'all called out that fraud the other day. So just please put yellow hearts in the chat for Nancy. We'll pray for Nancy. And again, perps, come out and tell where Nancy is at. I just want this to be done and everybody kind of heal. Perp, come out.
Perp, come out.
Perp, come out of hiding, because guess what? You're going to be found. And just come on out, perp, and repent. And let's just find Nancy and bring her home. And I hope you're going to do the right thing. I hope and pray you're going to do the right thing, because you can hide all you want to, but they're going to find you.
Well said, Brooklyn. You be safe out there. Thanks for the conversation.
Yes,
Thanks
too.
for watching.
Thanks so much. Yeah, you're welcome. You guys
Justice
take
for
care.
Nancy. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Kimberly Bennett, 412. JLR, can you please sign the banner from for all of us? We did. I'll take you out there and show you the spot. I did. JLR Army, Justice for Nancy. Love the JLR Army. We've done that days ago, pretty much when the banner first got put up. There were some people that signed, but there's a lot of people that signed this banner. We did, though. We're somewhere in this mix. somewhere. We signed it, but yeah, the banner is signed out here. This is folks, for people coming in the chat, this is for Tucson KVOA. This is Savannah Guthrie's former network, and she used to work here. And there's a giant bring Nancy home sign. I think there's going to be a vigil tonight, remembrance for Nancy at this location, I believe, at 6 p.m. I can come by and see what's going on. But yeah, bring Nancy home. Bring Nancy home. So let's see. We got other people that want to talk. Open up the forum here. Let's see. Tracy says, I am a registered nurse and want to talk about the pacemaker. All right, we're gonna get another pacemaker nurse. Tracy's a nurse. We're gonna get a nurse. You're up, Tracy. All right, bringing you in. Bringing you in, Tracy. Oh, not available.
Hi, you've reached the.
All right, not available. Let me make sure I called the right number. Yep. All right, who's next? John. All right, John. John wants to talk. We'll get John. We'll hear from John. Stand by, John. You're coming up in the pipeline. Let's hear from John.
Hello.
Hello, John.
Yo,
how are you?
good. Is this JLR?
It is JLR. Welcome aboard. You're online. You're live.
Buddy, much love from Virginia, man. Been following you for a while now.
Hello, John.
Ever since the Murdaugh and the Gabby Potatoes and all that. So this
All
is
right.
our umpteenth case with you. So we appreciate your hard work out there, and you're one of the last man standing, I see.
It's a tough case here. It's very, very I'm disappointed, that it's over the weekend. It's just many people left. I mean, there's still people here, but they're not. It doesn't feel the same. It just feels like
I think there was so much and that's kind of what I want to talk about what I want to get into. Like when it very first started, everybody was just so pumped that they thought they were going to have a conclusion within 24, 48, 72 hours, and then it just didn't happen, and it just kind of petered out.
Yeah, in particular, the people that got detained,
Yeah. And that's what I wanted to talk to you about. I can't be positive, but that first night that you were out there, I think I missed your first game out there, but the second one, I think y'all were at Tommaso's, in front of, and messing with his, or not messing with, but talking with his body or his security guard there.
Yeah.
When you cut the lights off and it was pitch black, and I don't know what you were doing. It was kind of creepy, but I think you knew what you were doing because you were going to go up there and talk to that. What you thought at the time was that same bodyguard, and you was like, you got up to him and you was like, "Oh, are you a new guy or something?" And was he a bit standoffish and kind of didn't reply to you or nothing?
And they had shift change. One of them was kind of very tight-lipped about didn't want to talk or anything like that. It seems like they were all part of an agency that were just hired out there. They didn't really know the family. It's just an agency. I don't think they knew them personally. They just were hired out there to make sure nobody goes on the property.
So when you pulled up and you when you first got out, I've been trying to find the part on the stream, but I can't seem to find it. Maybe you can take a look back when you get a chance. It's like you pulled up and then you turned your flashlight on, but I don't know that you were looking where you were pointing, and it looked like it was pointing at somebody sitting on a porch. And to me, it looked like they had one of those bite lights in their mouth.
And something in their mouth.
Yeah, one of the bite, like the flashlight that they put it, like the perp has on Nancy's ring cam.
Oh, that's interesting.
You know, I don't want to get you too excited because I can't be 100%, but I thought, because when you pulled up on him, it looked like a figure. And then I was like, dang on, is that somebody sitting on the porch?
Well,
I asked my mom.
Well, speaking of that, you know, a lot of people want to profile the perp because the perp appears to have that flashlight in the mouth. And they're like, what type of person puts a flashlight like that in their mouth, you know?
Exactly, yeah.
And people have said mechanics. I've heard mechanics. It could be a mechanic, some sort of mechanic.
Yeah.
That done that. But maybe there's a person out there that, you know, someone recognizes, a friend or knows someone in the Tucson area that, you know, puts flashlights in their mouth like that.
Well, I know, and it may not be too far-fetched that people own them just so because it's so black out there at night and they want to be hands-free, that maybe more people have them than we know of. But I just thought that was pretty odd. It was, like I said, it was, you pulled up, you got out, and then somebody pulled in behind you. That's when my mom and I was like freaking out, like, get back in the car, JLR.
Somebody just pulled up here from California. Some man.
Oh no, where are you at now?
I am at the KVOA station, but somebody from them here. I'm gonna move the camera and show everybody. Somebody just pulled up here.
Yeah.
Looks like a journalist. Looks like a journalist.
I'm live now. My mom had you on the delay, but I can actually hear our conversation a little bit now. So.
Yeah, this guy looks like California plates. I mean, you know, this might be this is a spot here. This is not the home of, you know, any of the people. This is just a public place here, you know, or not a public place, but the street in Tucson.
Kind of a community center.
Yeah, you know, this is seems like this is like kind of like the growing
that's the news station.
That's the news one where Savannah used to work. So you know, apparently they might be doing a candlelight here tonight. It appears. People have said 6 o'clock.
That'll be good. How long do you plan on staying out there? I remember somebody asked Denton how long he was going to be out there. He said 2 weeks. I just wonder if his plans have changed since everybody kind of evaporated.
Well, I mean, they got the situation going on in overseas, I think, has now changed the news cycle. People, you know, talking about that. You know, this case could always have fresh legs as soon as they do a raid, some new development.
It could spin right now while you're talking to me. You know,
that's why we're here. That's why we're still here. I don't think the case is cold because, I mean, a cold case, you just don't have a cold case. It might be cold in the media and what's being on the surface, but behind the scenes, I think it's still things are popping off. Because somebody wants credit to solve this. Somebody wants the credit. I mean, somebody wants to solve this. But I don't think the sheriff's department, opinion wise, wants them to be analyzed while they're, you know, trying to solve this case with the media around.
Right. And I was talking to Mom about that too the other day. This seems to be drawing so many parallels to the Idaho 4 investigation, just how between the local and state officials and then with the FBI sprinkled in, and it's just it's frustrating, man. I know it's got to be frustrating for y'all.
You know, this is just covering what's going on every day. You know, you want her found for sure. You get personally invested. You know, I'm personally invested, and you know, I want her. You know, I wanted this to solve the first week. I would have preferred. You know, I was even saying on my way out here, because I came out here 5 days after it happened on my way out, and I was pretty much saying I hope she's found on my way out there.
Yeah, really.
So I can just turn around and go home.
Best case scenario. Yeah.
No, I appreciate. Yeah. Well, thank you for stopping by, and thank you for watching. And I appreciate that, John. Thank you. Anything else you would like to add? Anything else?
No, just pace and keep doing what you're doing, buddy. We enjoy your coverage. In fact, it's taking place. I don't even watch news no more, local or national. I just turn on JLR and maybe 2 or 3 other YouTubers, and I'm good.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank
you're
you.
number one, buddy.
Thank you. Thank you. Take care of yourself, John.
You do the same, buddy.
All
Good
right.
talking to you.
Bye-bye. Thanks for calling.
Okay. Yep. Bye.
Taking the call. I called you. Somebody's here taking photos. Oh, and we got another birthday. We got a birthday. Hold on, let me see. We got the birthday. Where's the birthday? We have a birthday in the mix here. Somewhere. Hold on. I have to go back in the chat. We have a 101-year-old birthday here, but I lost it in the chat. Oh yeah, Sunny Gem 221 says, Mom, March 8th turns 101 years old. Send card to an address 621 North 16th, Allentown, PA, if you can. Her name is Dorothy. She's a WW2 vet, Sunny Gem says. 101. Happy birthday, Dorothy. Coming up. It is March. We've reached March, by the way. Kimberly P. Cotto. Serious question. Has cleaning service Amazon drivers, UPS drivers been thoroughly vetted? The people with regular access, cleaning people to our homes, know everything about our schedule. Kimberly P. Cotto, that is a excellent question. You know, we mail people, Amazon, UPS, FedEx, anyone that has access to that home. If you don't have the perp now, you have to start looking at anyone that has ever been to that home. Anybody, even one time, somebody delivering something. Uber drivers. People even said, Kimberly Cotto, that they said, you know, she took the Uber over. I'm sure that Uber driver, but did she ever receive an Uber prior at all? Anyone that has ever been to that house should be at least looked at, properly vetted, questioned. Absolutely. Because if you don't have the perp now, you go back, I would say 5 years, anybody and everybody that has ever stepped foot on that property, even if it's for a few minutes, a second, delivery, Instacart, Uber Eats, delivery, anyone that has ever went around soliciting religious services or come that wants to sell you a vacuum or telemarketer or, you know, any of those type of people, door-to-door salesman, anybody that has been around that name, landscapers. I'm sure the landscapers and the pool, we know the pool person, according to the serviceman next door, said the pool person got his DNA taken. People say Jehovah's Witnesses, whoever. Yes, you know, you would think that they would. You would, because you know you have to think here that somebody went there that probably was there prior. Maybe. You just don't go to these places for the very, 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 very first time and do this. You just, it's literally the odds of just going to that house for the very, very, very first time. Even if you got all the intel yourself and you didn't go there prior to scope it out, all the internet intel, or, you know, you check property records and you do Google Maps and you do Google Images and you say, okay, I'm going to pick this house. There's the most likelihood someone went to that house prior and knew about that home prior, that even to scope it out, but been there prior. Has to. You can't just do that in the middle of the night in that neighborhood. It's literally crazy. Have you checked the banner for any messages? Some people may be afraid to go to law enforcement. Let me get my thing out of my car. I'll be right back. We might walk over there in a second. Hold on. We're gonna go over there. I wanted to see what that guy was doing. We're gonna go over there. I'm gonna show you here. Any messages? There's lots of messages on there. I signed it somewhere. For us, all of us. Here. There's us right there. So we signed it. This is for all of you. There's so many messages on there. Just bring Nancy home. Hope for a safe return. Blessings. I wouldn't even be able to even read all of these. Just so many messages on here. Personal messages. I think they had the markers over here. And then they got